Well, that was fucking stressful. What's going on with this now? Why? Why is this a thing? Why is nothing working properly right now? Hello, shark. We got some beautiful lo-fi going on for now. Cause for some ungodly reason, this shit is like busted. Why is it busted? Why is everything broken? Why does everything have to be broken? Don't look at this. Don't look at that either. Look at the beautiful earth. Hold on, I gotta fuck. Oh my god, it's not letting me do shit. Ah. We're having a blast today. We're having a blast. Bam. Okay, good, got it. I gotta understand. Why are we looking at Earth? I'll explain that in a second. And did I click the right person? I'm trying to make sure I don't want to. No, I don't want to time out. What the fuck? Bam. Yes. Okay, sick. So I'm gonna give a little bit for everybody to get in here and stuff and things. Is the chat bar properly done, hooked up? Why does it look like that? Why is it so weird? Bada bing, bada boom. Why is it quick fade? What the fuck is happening? Why is it not loading? Oh my god. I know I haven't streamed in a few days, but shit, man. Why is it not working? Why you be broken? Are you going to load? Yeah, chat is hella fucking weird right now. So basically with this entirely separate channel, I had to very quickly make a whole bunch of shit that I was not planning on making because I thought I could just like quick swap everything. No, it's not the case. Okay, what if I just delete it? Yes. And then we come back to it. Hello? Where is it? Ah, there it is. Does this shit just not want to load? The Undertale stuff is kind of a vibe though, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of fire. It doesn't want to load. Fuck my life, really? I wish Doobie was real. Yeah, me too, honestly. He seems like kind of a sucker though. Why does this guy kind of look like Doobie? That's a good question, man. I'm his twin brother, Ruby. I think I fixed it. No, I didn't. It's fucking goofy still. Why is it goofy? I don't know. Why are you so goofy? Can you stop being goofy? Please. And his favorite tortoise, Coca-Cola. Yep. You damn right. Can I? Oh my god. Please. Please. Just work with me. Just work with me. Please, for the love of God, just work with me. Anyways, how's everybody's day going? How's everybody's day going so far? I'll explain the globe in a second. The globe will make sense. It's quite a shame Doobie Rainby isn't streaming today. That's what I'm saying. That guy needs to get off his lazy ass and actually do some work. I guess we have to deal with you. I guess so. I'm just gonna shrink it. Is that good? I don't know if it's good. Probably not. Do. It's just gonna have to work, honestly. Are you going to show us where you voyaged? Yeah, something like that. It's gonna be very interesting. I promise. I didn't want to just sit here and talk the entire time with like my face cam. I kind of wanted to give y'all a visual representation of the places that I've been to and the things that I've seen. And I'm going to try and do that at the best of my abilities. I can't tell you it'll be perfect at all. Can I just have... Oh, there is no tilt. No tilt. Heading. Yeah, that works right there. Yeah. Nope, this is Google Earth. There is no Mars here, sadly. I'm sorry to tell you. This is Google Earth. You could try Google Mars. I don't think that that's a thing, but you could try it. Yeah. I wanted to give you guys a more visual representation, though, of the things that I have seen and the places I have been. So at random times throughout my story, I'm going to take this little guy here and I'm going to drop him into a street of a place I've been to. And who knows, I might even recognize the street to go along with the story time. Because, you know, I don't want y'all to sit there and visualize, oh my god, this is such a shitty place, when I could show you that it's a shitty place. A disclaimer I want to make about these stories, though, is that A, they are 100% real. I'm not going to sit there and bullshit you. I'm not going to sit there and make up some shit. No, these are 100% real. These stories are also 100% vulgar. As in, there is a lot of nasty shit in some of these stories, but it's funny, I promise. I promise it's funny. You gotta give me a second. Yeah. That's pretty much all I got. If you're not a fan with the vulgar type shit, I don't even know why you're here. I doubt. But, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Have you ever seen water? Nah. Nah, I can't say that I have. I know I don't drink water. Not in my family-friendly, Christian-loving server. I don't know why, but I can't fix the chat box thing, and it's really fucking irking my soul. It's fucking me up right now. What if I just close out if I close out of Streamlabs, is it gonna shut down the stream? I don't know, I'm kind of scared. Are you sure you want to exit when live? No. We are ready, don't worry. That's also for anybody who ever sees this VOD. We're just really quiet. Oh. Oh my god, it's Gother. That's crazy. I nearly put him in timeout, my bad. I nearly fucked that up. I already did mod him, it takes me a second. Jeezums. Holy crap, I got it, don't worry. Ain't no biggie. Ain't no biggie. I wonder Oh my god, I can just like fucking go in there. Yeah, today's gonna be fun. Oh, today is going to be great. What about a quick quack? What the quack? I can't read half of fucking chat, dude. This sucks. I could read some of chat, but I can't read all of chat. Don't dox people. I'm not doxing nobody. No, never. Oh my god, did I figure it out? Oh my god, I figured it out. Oh, okay, thank god. I could actually see chat on my monitor now. That was fucking me up for the longest time. Ah. You're showing the ocean on stream, therefore doxing shark. Oh no, the ocean. It's scary. Spooky, scary ocean. I wonder if I can... Hold on. I need to find an island. It should be like right... Where the fuck is it? Ah, there it is. God, that's fucking tiny. We'll talk about Guam in a little bit. We'll talk about Guam in a little bit. Is that Saigon? Oh no. Saigon's all the way the fuck over here. Saigon's in China. What am I talking about? I can't wait to tell the Thailand story. Hold on, I'm curious if I can find it really quick. Where... It should be like right... Ah, it's right there. No, I don't want history on Pattaya. I know all about Pattaya. Trust me. I know all about this fucking shithole. Oh my god, I've walked this stretch right here. This stretch of beach. I've walked this before. Yeah, story time is going to be so much better with Google Earth. It's going to be so much better. Give me a second to locate some things and get my bearings. No, it's not there. Yeah, today's gonna be fun. Today is going to be a blast. Where really quickly is... Where would it be? I don't remember where Singapore is at. I'm kind of fumbling right now. I remember Singapore being like over here, I think. Where the fuck is Singapore? No, it's Google Mars. It is indeed Google Earth. I'm trying to find some shit so I could story tell. Where the fuck? Singapore isn't... No, Singapore's not up there. Where the fuck is Singapore? I could have sworn... Oh, Singapore's all the way down here? I thought Singapore was a tiny island. Well, it kind of is, because this is all Malaysia. Like, literally, Singapore is just this right here. This little tiny island. So it is a tiny island. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, this is all Malaysia. Okay, yeah, see, I was right. Malaysia. Why did it tilt like that? I don't like that. Can we not do that? No tilt. No tilt. Okay. Fucking Spratly Islands. Okay. Where the hell is Taiwan? Taiwan is right here. Right next to China. This right here is considered the Taiwanese Strait. AKA, like, the worst body of water you could go into in your entire life. Or the Spratly Islands down here is also pretty fucking bad. Or way off over here. In this strait. Not that strait. This strait. This strait fucking sucks. Yeah, going through here is ass. Yeah. So, little island next to China. Yep. It is right. I lost it. How the fuck did I lose it? That's Japan. There it is. It's Taiwan. Taiwan. Yeah, the Red Sea sucks. The Red Sea is a, it sucks. It's shitty. Needless to say. Cool. But we are going to go ahead and start our little journey here. So, wait, can I? That's Mexico. Where is? Oh, I'm trying to remember. Fort Bragg. No, it's lower than that. It's like, yeah, it's over here. There it is, Port Hueneme. Yeah, Port Hueneme. Cool. Cool. So, we are going to start our journey in Sunnyside, San Diego. Where's Point Nemo? I have no idea. I don't play GeoGuessr. We are going to start our journey here in San Diego. Where should I drop into San Diego? I don't know, because San Diego's fucking huge. This is the shipyard where all the ships are. You could kind of see them. This is where I was stationed. I was stationed out of San Diego. It was, interesting. So my first 2 weeks in San Diego, here's how it was, right? Here's exactly how that was for me. I'm fresh out of tech school, so I just sort of learned like the basics of how to do my job. And they were like, I flew into San Diego, got picked up by this random dude who I didn't even know. And he was like, hey, did you enjoy seeing your family? I was like, I didn't really see much of my family. And they were like, well, type shit. We go on deployment in 2 weeks. And I was like, oh shit, okay. So that's where we're going to start. We're going to start with my first deployment. My first deployment was back in January of 2020. Yeah. My first deployment was January of 2020. I think I was freshly 18. It was either 18 or 19 years old. Did you enjoy seeing your family? Yeah, no, I didn't see them worth shit. My first deployment was when I was 18. And here's the rundown of the first and second deployment I went on, right? This was like hot in COVID times. So COVID was like just brand new to the world, killing off lots of people. So my first and second deployment, I didn't really see much. But this is sort of how that went. So for my first deployment, the main point that I went to, or the main place I went to, rather, is... Where is it? It's Japan. There's Nagasaki. Okay, so I'm close. Saseboshi. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Sasebo. I should have found that sooner, maybe. I know Nagasaki is an hour away. And it's connected by a body of water. So it's got to be like down here. I feel like I went through this way. Although I don't really remember. I'm about to look this shit up on a map. Where's Sasebo on the map? Sasebo map. Yeah, see, it's fucking right next to it, so I was right. Okay, so I mean, if it's right next to it, then where the fuck is it? Am I tripping? I might be tripping. Nagasaki God, this is gonna take me a little bit. I probably should have found this first, if anything. I will say the first and second deployment, kind of fucking boring. Third deployment is better. You use Microsoft Edge? Yes, I do. I use Edge, I use Chrome, and I use Firefox. They're all different for different reasons. Do 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 do. I should know where this is at because I fucking play GeoGuessr. I swear, I'm so close to this. I'm like so ungodly close. It's fucking right here. So yeah, first place I went to was Sasebo. Let's see if I memorize. I remember walking across this bridge, and yes, okay, cool. So I'm going to drop us right here. Cool. Welcome to Japan. So this is kind of what I remember based off of like my experiences of where I went. Sasebo was a very beautiful prefecture of Japan. It was extremely rural, though, in the sense it was extremely rural and extremely cultural, in the sense of like when I went there, a lot of places would like turn you away and tell you no, you can't go here, because you weren't Japanese of any kind. Is it gonna let me walk through here? Oh my god, it is, I think. Yeah, okay, so these are kind of like their shopping mall type deals, at least this part of Japan. This part of Japan has like their own sort of variant of strip malls, and this is kind of what it is. It's kind of like this giant overhanging sort of thing, and then there's stores all throughout here. Also, 7-Elevens in Japan, fucking phenomenal. Probably the best I've ever been to. Amazing. They got all types of cool shit there. I'm trying to see if I recognize any of these. But the way it worked for me is I was in Japan for 3 days. The first day I was standing outside in 23-degree weather while it was snowing, and they made us paint. As in like paint the ship. So we were painting while it was snowing. Can someone make that make sense? No? I didn't think so. That's just what they wanted. They were like, our ships need to look immaculate and amazing. They're weird here. They drive on the right side of the road. And they pretty much all drive the same cars. That's why you'll notice like the same exact car, just in different colors all over the place. These things are super common, like these little Scions. These are like their ambulances or like their first aids. Can I use my arrow keys? I can use my arrow keys. So yeah, Sasebo was very beautiful. I loved Sasebo. I thought it was very pretty. I honestly hope to go back to Japan one day, in all honesty. Like, I love Japan. If you couldn't tell by my entire left arm being covered in Japanese tattoos. Culture was very rich here. People were very, very nice here to Americans. Which you will see things will change on that later, because there are some parts of the world that really fucking hate you if you're American. Will I take y'all with me? That's going to be an expensive ass trip. One amazing thing about Japan actually is that they use yen. They use yen. Now, the beautiful thing about yen is the conversion rate from an American dollar to Japanese dollars is like $1 American is equivalent to, I think, $1.30 Japanese. So things were really, really cheap in Japan, and it was really, really nice. Like, you could have 5-star dinners for less than $50. It was honestly awesome. Very, very cool. Loved it. Actually, I kind of want to see where... Can I cross the bridge where I was at? Yeah, I remember this. Nimitz Park. That's right outside the base. Can I go on this bridge? I don't want to go under the bridge. I guess I didn't go on that bridge. I could have sworn I went on a bridge close to this. I'm waiting for the dogs to shut the fuck up. They've already shut up, but I'm jamming. Dr. Pepper? What about Dr. Pepper? He's somewhere. I think you mean Coca-Cola. His name is Coca-Cola. Okay. This is exactly where my ship was parked, actually, now that I think about it. This exact part right here. I remember there was a big-ass cargo ship right next to us that was parked next to us. Where is the bridge that I crossed, though, to get to this, sort of? Also, why does this keep doing the weird? What road did I cross to get over to there? Don't entirely remember. But yeah, either way, Japan was very, very beautiful. So yeah, first day I was spent painting. Second day was also spent painting because I was on quote-unquote duty, which lasts for 24 hours, and I can't leave the ship. So I was pretty much just stuck on the ship painting all day again. The third day, they gave us time off for about 6 hours. And at the time I was under 21, so I had to go with someone who was 21. And the dude who I went with just wanted to go to a cigarette/cigar shop to buy Cuban cigars. And that was pretty much my entire Japanese experience, sadly. Sadly, I didn't really touch on anything else. Yeah. It's very beautiful here. I love this place. I think it's super cool. I'm just sort of... I also have pictures of all of this, by the way, so I could always just send the pictures to the group chat, or the... not group chat, the Discord. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Oh my god, I recognize that sign. Oh, I'm getting, like, PTSD flashbacks. How long does a trip to Japan take? So, from where was it? Why does the Earth keep tilting super fucking goofy? Stop it. Just stay right side up. I know the Earth rotates, but shit. So, from San Diego, California... That's not the right way. So, from San Diego, California, all the way down here, to Japan, aka all the way over here, takes roughly 2 weeks. It is roughly a 2-week journey. Which honestly, all things considered, isn't bad. Like, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. Especially if we're running off of like a different schedule, it may take longer. But if you were just straight up trying to haul ass from Japan all the way back to California, it'd take you about 2 weeks. It would take you about 2 weeks. 2 weeks, going at around 25 miles an hour through the water. Constantly. We're gonna find America ass distance. So yeah, I was all throughout this area and this area for my first deployment. However, the main thing is we were with the USS Theodore Roosevelt, which some of you may have heard about on the news. And they were like, hey, we're going to take a port visit into Vietnam. And when we go into Vietnam, You guys just sort of sit outside and patrol the water. And so we were like, okay, sounds good. So we patrolled the water, and then they came back and they were like, yo, we got a bunch of sick people. We need you guys to get us the fuck out of here. So we got them the fuck out of there, brought them back to a safer place. I can't obviously give away what place it was. But yeah, and then from there we were pretty much just like, hey, go find this bad guy. Go tell him stop doing bad things. And we were like, okay, and that's pretty much what that was. Did I make any stops along the way? Nope. No, I did not. Every single time I've ever gone, well, not every single time. For the first 2 deployments that I did, every single time I was going from America to this side of the world, we took 0 stops. It was just straight constant all the way through. 2 weeks. Usually we'll stop in Hawaii, or we'll stop in, where is it? We'll stop in Guam down here, this really tiny island. Which we will get onto in a little bit. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the exact, okay, cool, that's perfect. But yeah, 2 weeks. It sounds shitty. It is shitty. Hawaii is so pretty. I agree with you, and we will get to Hawaii in a little bit. Because I got some good-ass stories about Hawaii. I will say, first 2 deployments, pretty fucking boring, pretty fucking bland. The 3rd deployment, however, is really bad. The 3rd deployment is pretty bad. And it was also probably one of the roughest points in my entire life. For numerous reasons of which I will not get into. However, so yeah, first deployment, the only place I saw was Sasebo because, you know, still during COVID times, there was a lot of procedures on like, hey, you're allowed to enter this port, and do this stuff. We weren't allowed to interact with anybody. They were trying to quarantine us type deal. It was real bad. It was real bad. We did a lot of what's called beer on the pier, which is pretty much like we would pull into a place. God fucking damn. They did, in fact, make us wear masks on the boat. Masks, I should say. When COVID was still brand new, I smiled. This is why I smiled at this question, because I entirely forgot about it until now. At first, they were making us wear masks, and what I mean by that is we were basically cutting up t-shirts and like wearing them like this over our face and just trying to like cover our faces by any means necessary. People would also take rags and like link them together and try and make a mask out of that. We had, so here's how the mail system worked, right? Anytime you needed mail, anytime you needed parts, anytime you needed food, medical, anything, it took roughly anywhere from 1 to 3 months to get it. Masks wise, they never ordered us any masks. They ordered us a shitload of hand sanitizer, and probably some of the worst hand sanitizer I ever used. It smelled like garlic. It was really weird. It was all in Chinese, to be fair, and I couldn't read a single fucking word of it. But yeah, the mail system really sucked. So anytime you would get like, anytime your family would send you an email, because we couldn't use phones, you couldn't just straight up call your family whenever you wanted to. Anytime you got like an email from your family saying, hey, we sent you a package, you'd be like, okay, cool. You weren't getting it for at least, I don't know. The earliest I ever received a package is probably like a month and a half. The longest time I have ever received a package was probably 4 months. Give or take 4 months, honestly. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. So yeah, packages were real rough. People would order off of Amazon, like their own stuff, snacks, stuff like that. Same situation. It would take months to get to you. It was really, really bad. The only sort of communication we had with the outside world was email. So if you had a family member who checked their email a lot, fucking smooth sailing. Life was great. If you didn't, you were a little fucked. We're getting expired food with this one, fam. The food quality in the military, it's as bad as they say, right? I'm not gonna lie to you. On the bags of rice that they gave us, it quite literally in big bold letters says, "Not fit for human consumption." And they were feeding it to us. They would also have like canned food. No, this is worse than American school system type shit. This is way worse than American system. No, hell no. I would rather have school lunches than this shit. They would like surplus like canned food sort of stuff because it was essentially non-perishable. Some of those cans dated back like 10, 15 years. Like, it said, best used by, like, 2002 or some shit. And I'm just like, oh my god, is this safe to eat? And the cooks would be like, yeah. If you're feeling sick, though, just go to medical. So it was a very big fuck expiration dates thing. My second deployment, I'm not going to go all the way back to California because... Did the food ever make you sick? Plenty of times. So, Mondays wasn't anything in particular, right? It was just whatever that they could throw together. Tuesdays was Taco Tuesday, right? And it was worse than Taco Bell grade food. And almost always, if you ate it, something was happening with your bowel system. And I think you could piece together what? Taco Tuesday was lit, though. I love Taco Tuesday. I would get like a stale-ass tortilla, and I would slap some beef in there. I'd slap some cheese in there. I'd throw some tapatio all over that. Throw some lettuce in there if they had it. Oh my god. Yeah. Wednesday, we labeled White Trash Wednesday. And what I mean by that is it was always like burgers, fries, hot dogs, that sort of thing. Almost always was the burger burnt and shitty and flavorless. A lot of the food was flavorless, right? Let me just say that. Hot sauce became my best friend and is still my best friend today. Hot sauce saved my life. I will happily admit it. Thursdays was Italian. Yeah, Thursdays was always Italian. I don't want to think about how nasty the bathroom and shit must be. Oh, we'll get there. Thursdays was always Italian Thursdays. And they would give us like whole wheat pasta. I'm not sure if y'all have ever heard that. It's like, heard about it. It's like this super healthy... It's fucking disgusting, right? It tastes like shit. I come from like a born and raised Italian household where we worship pasta. And it was, it was bad. It was real fucking bad. Fridays, again, wasn't anything special. Saturdays, we called WAP, as in wings and pizza. You could probably take a guess what that was. Wings and pizza. The wings were almost always gone within the first 5 minutes, though, because it was probably one of the best things that they served. And Sundays were some sort of steak. They would serve like some sort of steak. If they had it, lobster tails. I'm not a seafood person, though, so I never ate the lobster tails. I will say, though, if you ever wanted a steak medium rare, You weren't getting it unless you bribed the cooks. They were almost always well done and tasted like beef jerky. But again, you throw some salt on them, fire. Good to go. No, nobody's breaking into my house. It's just the damn dogs are going batshit crazy right now and they won't shut up. They will not stop. And there are salespeople at my door and they're going batshit crazy. This is my life. I don't want to talk to the salespeople. I'm not going to talk to the salespeople. I'm not interested in their solar panels and whatever else they have to sell me. But as far as second deployment went, I was very much in this area. So Red Sea was pretty much where I was at. I was along these areas right here. And I also... Where was it? We ended up crossing... Oh, yeah, I could definitely tell about this. We ended up crossing the equator. Now, when you're in the Navy and you cross the equator, something very special happens. And what I mean by that is you go through a certain ceremony. You get handed paperwork saying, hey, people are allowed to haze you. And it is called the shellback ceremony, right? It's a very infamous, very long-lived naval tradition of whenever you cross the equator, you gain your stripes per se, or you become a more advanced sailor because you've been to both sections of the world. And to brief, well, no, I'm just gonna fucking go in on it. So here's how my shellback ceremony went. And yes, again, you do have to sign paperwork saying that they are allowed to haze you. And you are completely okay with it and you agree with it and you are not allowed to sue anybody. And that is very like protected records sort of stuff. But the way it worked for me is they came down into our living quarters at 4 a.m. screaming at everybody to get up, get out of their beds. And the first step was we had to, they called us wogs, as in like polywogs, and wogs don't know how to dress themselves, so they would put on their clothes inside out and backwards. So yes, your crotch panel is in your ass, and it is uncomfortable. Your shirt is on inside out and backwards. Your shorts are on inside out and backwards, and your socks are on inside out and backwards. From there, they make everybody line up for breakfast because they were like, yep, we're gonna at least give everybody some good food to start their day. Good food. Wogs don't know how to use plates, so they would hand us a giant ball of tinfoil and they said, this is your plate, unravel it. And so we would unravel it, and then they would take a whole grain waffle that has been food dyed green, and they would either smack us with it or they would smack it in the tinfoil. They would then take bacon that has been charred to literal hell and back, and they would slap that in there. And then they would take a thing of chocolate pudding, like a dollop scoop of chocolate pudding, slap it on top of everything, and then take the tinfoil and ball it up right in front of you, and then toss it towards you. They also had cups of water. It was salt water, and it tasted like shit. Um, from there, after, oh yeah, you're also not allowed to sit down. Well, you are allowed to sit down, just on the floor. Wogs don't know how to use chairs or tables, so we sat on the floor. From there, they rushed everybody outside. And the second you get rushed outside, there are 3 people with fire hoses that are shooting out salt water. So one dude is spraying up above and then just making it rain down on you. And there's 2 other people to the side that are just straight up jet blasting you with these fire hoses. So the second you step outside, you are completely soaked head to toe in salt water. And the salt water in the pump system had probably been sitting there for years. This is not fresh salt water. No. This is salt water that has been pungent, and it is sitting, so it stinks real bad. Then from there, they started us off with the team carry, so they would have like a dummy body. His name was Oscar. And you would have to put him on a stretcher, and then with your team, as you are getting sprayed and have like food dye thrown all over you and stuff like that, you would have to carry them up and down the ship, so all over the ship. After that, came back, you had to do the, what was it? I think it was I think it was Davy Jones' shoelaces or something like that, but they had a giant wall that was covered in rope and all different knots of rope inside the rope. And the way that sort of worked was like you had to work together as a team while getting sprayed to undo this massive spider web of knots. And it sucked. That was probably the worst one. And well, no, that was probably the worst one in my opinion. Maybe, I don't know, because after that you would go up all the way to the very front of the ship, and there would be this massive thick rope, like I'm talking, this thing is like super thick, and they would be like, the ship is ran off of Wog power, so every single time you would pull on that rope, the people who are controlling the ship upstairs are slowing down and speeding up the ship every single time that you would pull that rope. And so you just feel the whole ship jerking back and forth as you're trying to pull this, which I honestly found hilarious. I loved that part. Then after that, there was like a ceremonial bell that we had on the front of the ship, and we basically just had to do trivia based off of that. It wasn't too bad. That was kind of fun. Then after that, they had an entire airlock section filled completely with like this green dyed slime water type deal. And you had to crawl through it. What they don't tell you is that there are hidden little like metal washers on the ground in that tunnel. It's pitch black, by the way. You can't see anything in that tunnel. It is complete darkness. And the way that sort of worked with the metal washers is those metal washers were King Neptune's coins, right? We'll talk about him in a second. Basically, you had to collect these throughout your entire journey, and I didn't know that. As well as on top of that, you had to crawl and your face couldn't be above the water because there were strings all the way throughout. And they would just straight up trip you, and you would just straight up eat shit. What's your favorite pasta or Italian dishes? I don't know. I like it simple. I like simple shit. I'm really fond with just like straight up pesto. Just like some pesto based pasta. I'm like all for it. But here's where we get to the funny parts of this whole Shellback story. After you make it out of this dark, smelly ass slime covered tunnel, there is a little pontoon boat, like not even 6 feet wide, and it is filled to the fucking brim with this saltwater crap. And what they wanted us to do with that is they were making us like run around it in circles and scream out to an imaginary dolphin all the way out in the middle of the ocean to save us. And we were yelling off the side of the ship, "Save me, flippers," as we were jumping in and out of this slime green crap filled boat. That was hilarious, honestly. Then from there we met the royal baby, and in my case the royal baby was he was like 6'5". He was tall as shit. He was like 6'5", close to like 300-pound man, in a giant diaper made of coveralls. And that's all he was wearing, so he was shirtless. And to pass his section of the course, you had to make him laugh in some way. Some people were like singing songs for him, some people were dancing for him. I went all the way the fuck in. Me and this other guy were like, "Yo, we just kissed his stomach." And I was like, "Okay, let's do it." And so we kissed his stomach. We kissed this hairy ass man's stomach. He's like, "Y'all are fucking nasty." I was like, "You laughed?" He's like, "Yeah, all right, you passed." And after the royal baby and after you dealt with him, you had to take a bath, because you were fit to meet the king at this point. And by take a bath, I mean they had a large cardboard box, filled with plastic, lined with plastic all over the place, and they filled it with the green slime shit. They would make you jump in this cardboard box tub thing with a loofah, and you would have to scrub each other down while you're in this box. So it was you and one other person in this box scrubbing each other down with loofahs. After that, the very second you jump out, you get hit with a bag of paper mache. And that shit sticks to you. And it sucks. Because I got hit square in the chest, and it exploded all over me. And because you're wet, it sticks. And it's hard as shit to get off. After that, you got to meet King Neptune. King Neptune, for us, was usually the oldest shellback on the ship. So usually they had been in the Navy like 30 plus years by now. And I was very good friends with our King Neptune per se. But he was requiring a talent show to pass his remarks. And it was you and a group of 3 or 4 other people. We had to stand up there and we had to do a talent show for him, which basically just consisted of singing, dancing, or whatever. However, if you didn't have one of those washers that I was mentioning earlier from King Neptune's deep, dark-ass tunnel, you had to go all the way back through it. This channel should be linked to Pingcord. I entirely forgot to do that. I forgot to do a lot of things. Let me actually do that really quick. Do I have Discord? Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna do it like this. I don't think that worked. No, I don't think that worked at all. Fuck. Hold on. Copy. Yes. Tab. Copy. Yes. What the fuck is this? Tab. Oh, I could hear myself. Oh, right, because I have the stream open. Where the fuck is that? Oh no. What the fuck is this? Oh no, shut up, me. I don't want to hear you. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, we need more Temmie. I agree, we do need more Temmie. But needless to say, I carry this in my wallet everywhere I go now. And I still do. Needless to say, my second deployment, if that'll show up, I became a shellback. I can't show you what's on the back of this card because it shows, like, my full fucking name and all that jazz. But yes, I carry a little card on me that proves that I'm a shellback. And I have been through the hazing ceremony. So yes, that was a blast. Loved that. Great time. Oh, now we get on to my third deployment. Where should I start with this? Okay. We are going to start in Hawaii. I think Hawaii is a good starting place. Let's see if I could find the exact... Let's see if I could find the exact point. I was near Waikiki, so yeah, this is Waikiki. Honolulu. Yeah, I think I was in downtown Honolulu. I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Yeah. So I was here. I was in Joint Base Pearl Harbor. Highway takes you to Honolulu. Yeah, I was in Honolulu. See, I'm trying to see if I could find the exact building that I stayed at. I think it was Honolulu anyways. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was Waikiki Beach. I don't know. This is Waikiki down here. Did I really? Oh my god, I really went all the way that far. Yeah, because I remember seeing all this, I think. Shark has also been there. I loved Waikiki, honestly. I thought it was fucking beautiful here. I stayed in one of these towers. I don't necessarily remember which one it was. Either way, I'm going to drop us into Waikiki, because I'm pretty sure I was around here somewhere. Pretty sure. Hawaii was very beautiful. Hawaii was, like, extremely glamorous. And at this time, I think I've been to this mall. I feel like I've been to this mall. But regardless, Hawaii was gorgeous. Like, everything about Hawaii was green, tropical, happy. Loved it. It was beautiful. By this time, and this is where we get to the deeper, darker stories of my career. I remember by this time I was considered like one of the top dogs of the boat because I had the most experience out of the junior people. So I was a lot of people's mentor by this time, and I had a lot of people like croaking down my back. But it also meant a lot of people, when we hit these places, they wanted to hang out with me. I don't know why. They just kind of figured I was the person to go out with. Like maybe I knew something about being here. I didn't. It was my first time in Hawaii. There's a Dior store. That's crazy. I've definitely been here. I remember this sign. I don't remember there being a Louis Vuitton store, though. That's kind of weird. But here's essentially what happened my first night in Honolulu/Waikiki. So I had rented a penthouse sort of suite Airbnb for the week. This is really nice, actually. I kind of like this a little bit better. Hopefully I can find what I'm looking for. But I had rented myself my own little Airbnb for the weekend because I had plenty of time to be there because our shit broke. So we were destined to be there for like a week. So I rented out a nice sort of Airbnb kind of getaway resort spa for myself because I was like, I'm bougie. I am going to treat myself because I fucking deserve it. And that's pretty much what I did. So I stayed in a resort for about 3 days. But with that, one of the junior guys was like, yo, I've been stationed here before. Like, I know all the good spots if you want to go out. And I was like, this is kind of like the point in my career where I was like, I'm kind of done drinking. I don't really like to drink anymore. Like, it's not something that entices me at all. Nor is it something I think about ever. Because I deserve it, exactly. But he's like, yeah, I know all the spots, like, you should go with me. And I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's go. I remember we went to, oh god, this night was so fuzzy in my brain still. Where did we start? Oh, I know exactly where we started. Fuck, hold on, let's see if I can find it. We started at a mall. Hold on, I'll find this. I know I can. Daniel Inouye, yeah, it's not, no. It's like, there's a mall somewhere around here. I remember there being a mall somewhere around here. I think I went to this mall. This is definitely a mall. Because I remember walking around on this parking garage. I know it doesn't look like a mall. It was a pretty shitty mall, I'm not gonna lie. The prettiest princess in all the land. You fucking damn straight. You damn Skippy. God, I really want to find this mall now. But we started off at a mall. And at the mall, there was like a Buffalo Wild Wings. And, why is this? Okay. At the mall was like a Buffalo Wild Wings. And everybody was like, hey, let's just go get drinks here. And I'm like, yeah, sure, we're not at a bar. This is super chill. Like, I'm all for it. Then from there, what ended up happening is I was like, I was like 3 or 4 drinks deep. So I was a little tipsy. I had my moments. I was a little drunk, if you will. And the dude who I originally went out with, he was like, yo, like, this group of people's gathering here, like, we should all go. And I'm like, fuck it. Absolutely. Let's do it. At this point, I'm feeling a little bit loose. I'm like, all right, cool. You know, I'm open to wherever we go. This motherfucker, I will never forget this. He took us, I didn't think Hawaii could be ghetto, right? He took us to, like, the most ghetto fucking spot in the entire world. And what I mean by that is when I stepped out of the Uber, it was like nothing but lines of strip clubs all over the place. And at the time, I was in a very committed relationship. And I sort of like stepped out of the Uber and I looked up at the sign and I was like, yo, I'm not fucking going in there. I was like, yo, I'm not fucking doing it. I'm not doing it. And he's like, bro, it's not a strip club. And I was like, there's literally a fucking bright neon sign above me that says strip club. And he's like, dude, I promise you, it's not a strip club. And he's like, if it's a strip club and we walk in there, you could straight up ditch me right now. And I said, okay, cool. I like barely sort of peeked my head in there and it was just a normal bar. And I was like, what happened? Like, what? And he's like, this used to be a strip club. And I go, oh, that makes sense, I guess. Why the fuck is there still a sign? I didn't really care at the time. And at this point, there was like 5 or 6 of us. And we're all sitting at the bar just chilling. And he's like, yo, I'm going to go out back and smoke. And I was like, I'm going to go with you. Because at the time when I was drunk, I like to smoke cigarettes. And I could say that when I am still drunk, I still like to smoke cigarettes. It's terrible. Don't fucking do it. Right? It's bad. Let me just say that. And we went out back, smoking, chilling, just doing whatever. And I noticed that the dude was like super down and he wasn't looking too good. And I was like, yo, are you good? And he's like, yeah, I'm just going through some shit with my girl right now. And I'm like, okay, cool. Let's get out of here. Let's change the mood. Let's change the vibe. Let's go to a place you want to go that's familiar to you. And he's like, okay, cool. We go into this next bar and it is like an acid trip. Have you ever seen the movies where it's like there's all like these different warped effects all over the place and the whole walls are wavy? They had projectors all over the place. I think the bar was called Distortion or something like that. I don't entirely remember. I can't really give you a good representation either because I barely remember Hawaii, honestly. Not because I was drunk all the time. Let me just go ahead and preface that. It's more so because I didn't really see much when I was in Hawaii, sadly. I remember the airport being here, and I remember the base being sort of like near it. Yeah, it was right next to it. And I remember this highway stretch right outside. Hold on, I might be able to... I remember walking like some of these streets to get outside the base. But yeah, everything inside of that bar was like very trippy, very all over the place, very, very confusing. And at that point, I was like, yo, I'm done drinking. Like, I don't want to drink anymore. Like, I'm good. And from that point, I was just chilling out, watching people, making sure everybody was good, making sure people weren't getting in trouble, doing stupid shit that they weren't supposed to. And we had a curfew, so we had to be back to the ship by a certain time. Unless you, like, had your own place out in town. So for me, I had my own place rented out in town. They didn't really care how late I stayed out as long as I made it back to my place safely, right? For other people, though, the other people I was with, they didn't have their own place, and they sure as shit weren't staying with me. Oh my god. That's what I deal with every day. I think we're good. But where was I? I don't even remember. I don't remember what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Oh, right. People with curfews. So, one dude didn't have his own place, so I was like, I'm going to make sure you get back to base safely, and then I'll go back out in town and go back to my place. And he's like, cool, sounds great. So we hopped in an Uber, and this is sort of the part where it gets real bad. The dog interruptions are part of the stream. Pretty much. I mean, at this rate, they might as well be a feature. I should just put them in the title at this point. I should just feature them. But what ended up happening is when we stepped out of the Uber, the dude I was with, he was super, super drunk. And he was like, yo, I have to go to the bathroom. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, it's like a 15-minute walk back. Like, we could get you to a bathroom. He's like, no, I need to go to the bathroom now. And so he walks over to this tree, and he starts to go to the bathroom and pee. And all of a sudden, I hear him scream like a little girl, and then run back towards me with his pants still, like, halfway up, and then start running towards the gate to get onto the base. When I caught up to him, I was like, yo, what the hell was that? Why did you just do that? He's like, yo, I think I just pissed on a homeless lady. And I lost my shit. I just sort of stopped and I stared at him and I was like, what the fuck what did you just say to me? He's like, I think I just pissed on a homeless lady. And we look back and right behind us, there was this homeless lady standing up where he was just peeing. And he's like, yo, we need to get the fuck out of here. We need to leave. We need to get through the gate. We need to go. And I was like, Yep, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're leaving. We are gone. Um he straight up pissed on a homeless lady. he pissed on a homeless lady. Hold on. I'm going to turn on my fan. And I was like, "Yo, why did you fucking do that?" He's like, "Dude, I didn't see her there." And I was like, "What do you mean? How did you not see her?" He's like, "She looked like a rock. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see her. It was too dark." And I was like, "Where did you go?" And he's like, he tried to pee. You know how there's sort of like those like metal stall sort of things? And then there's like vending machines tucked in the back of them. He tried to go back there and piss between like the vending machines, and there was a woman who was sleeping in between the two vending machines, and he pissed on her. Yeah, he straight up pissed on her. After that night, though, that was like the third night, I would say, I stayed in Hawaii. I don't remember what night it was. I just remember getting back to my place and crashing for the night, honestly. Other than that, though, Hawaii, I didn't really do anything else in Hawaii. I kind of just, like, walked the beaches. I was kind of like a tourist, if you will. For Hawaii, I didn't really see a whole lot. I don't know. I just liked walking the beaches. It was nice. It was calming. I didn't really hang out with anybody or see anybody for the rest of my time in Hawaii. I remember this split. I don't know why, but this split feels really familiar. I thought that was the place where I stayed for a second, but it wasn't. The place I stayed was sort of like right on the water. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to find it. No, I don't think I'm going to find it. That's okay, though. But yeah, honestly, Hawaii was really beautiful. That was pretty much all that really happened in Hawaii. After that, ship got repaired and we were on our way. Next stop was all the way down here, which I would say this probably took us like a month and a half to get here. Our next stop was Singapore. Let me tell you about Singapore. Oh my god, are their rules strict. Before we even entered the country of Singapore, we were told that... Hold on, I should probably find this place that I'm talking about before I just start going in. Okay, cool. This would be a cool place to start. But yeah, before we even jumped into Singapore, we were told that the prison system here is incredibly fucking strict. And what I mean by that is, like, in these countries, it's like 100 degrees year-round. It's hot as fuck in these countries. Especially Singapore and Thailand, which I will get into. Especially with Thailand. Thailand is going to be an interesting story because I have never told this story to anybody. But with Singapore, they told us very strictly, they were like, hey, don't walk down these streets, don't go to these places, don't do anything you're not supposed to, don't disrespect any of the locals, don't do anything that you're not supposed to do. What did people do? The exact fucking opposite. Why? I don't know. But let me just give you an envisionment idea, right? In Singapore, or in a normal prison, I should say, you're in a cell. It's a pretty roomy cell, you know, pretty decent. You got a bunkmate, you got a door, you got a toilet, all good and well. In Singapore, you have none of that. In Singapore, they lock you in a metal box just big enough to fit you. And all you have inside that metal box is a grass mat and a blanket. And you stay in there for 23 hours a day. You have no toilet in this box with you. If you have to use the bathroom, you're using it on yourself. You don't really have much of a choice. But yeah, they would lock you in that box for 23 hours a day. They also showed us pictures of it. I tried to find pictures of it. But they were like, if you go to prison here, you're fucked. And I was like, okay, cool. People did the exact opposite of that. And what I mean by that is within the first couple nights, I won't say names or what ship they were from. However, within the first night, or first couple nights, 2 people got incredibly fucking drunk, and they decided they wanted to strip completely naked, run around the downtown city of Singapura, which is Singapore, just like their more official name. And they ended up stealing a fire extinguisher, all while still drunk and naked, and then threw it through a skyscraper window. And then when police arrived to try and detain them, they decided they wanted to fist fight them. The military tried to fight to free them from Singaporean prison. They fucking lost. They lost so bad, it's not even funny. They're going to be in Singaporean prison for the next 14 years. All because one stupid fucking night. Singaporean prison for 14 years. Also, in Singapore, fun fact, they can legally spank you. And what I mean by that is, chewing gum, chewing tobacco, spitting, anything like that, is strictly forbidden in Singapore. Like, you can't, having chewing gum on you is a crime and finable up to $5,000 in Singapore. And what I mean by that is, like, their country they pride themselves on being cleanly, extremely clean. By far one of the cleanest countries I've ever seen. I've never seen trash on the ground anywhere in Singapore, ever. I can't actually wait to show you guys this. This is actually kind of cool. But with that, right, if you were to spit on the ground, do anything like that, you're either going to jail, you're taking a $5,000 loss, or they're going to beat your ass in the middle of the street. Cops will dead ass. They have this thing in the back of their car that is kind of like it looks like a ladder. And they strap you to this ladder. This ladder forcefully bends you over. They have this massive wooden paddle, and they just smack the shit out of you with it until they're satisfied. You know how certain in certain movies they're like, "Oh, this is wrong. 14 lashes." That shit's real. That shit's fucking real. That shit is 100% real. And I didn't think it was until I found out about that. No, that shit's real. 100%. They will straight up just lash the fuck out of you. Just because they can. They think it's funny. Oh, Changi Airport. Can I? It's probably not going to show me. Will it? That would be cool. Where is... Not like the airport, but I'm looking for... So this is where I was when I went to Singapore. I was in Changi. Out of Changi Naval Base. And... about 45... No, it was closer than that. It's like 45 minutes away, maybe. Yes, they do have a Universal Studios Singapore. I entirely forgot about that. I didn't go, but I entirely forgot about that. I also have pictures all over Singapore as well that I'll probably drop in some random channel. Probably drop it in the random media channel. If y'all are interested in that, because I have some really cool like pictures of the temples there, that like they're worshiping temples and the Buddhist temples there, to include the official Buddhist temple of Singapore. Museum of Ice Cream Singapore. What? I didn't even know that was a thing. Word? The place I'm currently trying to find is called the Jewel. And the Jewel is this massive, like, 10-story mall. And that's actually important because the first night I was in Singapore, they would drop us all off at the Jewel, aka like the 10-story mall, and they would just say, go. Go wherever the fuck you want, figure it out. You could either stay at the mall, there's plenty to do at the mall, or you could just go out in town, go sightsee, go see a whole bunch of stuff. I don't think this is okay. But I really want to find this, dude. I think this is the temple that I went to. Hold on, let me drop in here really quick. So yeah, this is what Singapore looks like. It's very, very hot. Can I not move anywhere? I don't remember ever seeing that. I don't think I went to Chinatown. I know I went to India Town, where it was like very Indian, Mandarin sort of mix. Was it the Buddha's Relic Temple? I think it might have been. Yeah, it was this. I have pictures of me standing right here. And actually taking photos of these statues. But yeah, this is the official Buddhist temple of Singapore. This place was super cool, honestly. Is it going to let us go inside? No, of course not. I have a bunch of pictures of inside of this place, but this place was beautiful. It was 6 stories in total. Very, very cool. If you're into the whole, like, rural sort of cultural sort of thing. I thought it was super fucking sick. But, I mean, Singapore looked pretty much like any other city, any other massive scale city like Atlanta or Denver, any of these. We need the photos. I will happily send the photos because I love the photos that I took. I really want to find the Jewel, dude. The coolest part of my adventure, though, is probably this. It's called Gardens by the Bay. And I have pictures and videos of this as well. But within these gardens, they have these massive sort of metallic trees. And this is actually how they collect their water source. And supply the city with water. And what I mean by that is whenever it would rain, these massive trees would collect them. And at night, all of these trees light up. Of course, I have photos of that too. They also hold light shows and stuff like that. But the gardens was literally just like a massive sort of scaled garden. I will talk about this in a second. I know this looks fucking terrifying. This is a hotel that has a massive cruise ship on top of it. We'll talk about this in a second. I entirely forgot about this. But this place is honestly super sick. I have plenty of photos and videos from this. But this is how they collect their rainwater. And their water that they source for the city. I actually walked up on these sky bridges. They're actually super cool. You could walk all throughout the center here. It's kind of shocking because there's like nobody here. When I went, this place was fucking packed. It was insane. It was insanity trying to get around. Let me see if I can find a better spot. But yeah, they got all different gardens and stuff like that within this sort of area. The Flower Dome. Can I actually go inside here? So that would be fucking amazing. No, let me go in. I have photos of inside. I know I have photos of inside. Is it really not going to let me go in here? The Cloud Forest was also really cool. Ah, okay, here we go. Yeah, I guess this is their Christmas time equivalent. But they have all different types of sculptures in here, and when I went, it was around, I think it was March. Yeah, it was March. It was March when I went here, and when I went through here, it was like very Japanese cultural appropriation type deal because they were planting cherry blossoms. And cherry blossoms are very, very special because they only bloom one time out of the entire year. And it's only for a couple days to like a week and a half. It's very, very rare to see a Japanese cherry blossom actually blossom in real life, unless you actually live in one of these countries. And I got to see them blossom, and I got to see them bloom, and it was like one of the most magical experiences of my entire fucking life. And of course I have pictures of it. I was like a fucking photographer when I came here. They also have like all these different sculptures and stuff. Very, very cool. Very, very neat. Very, very yes. I really, really want to find... because that was like a main thing. My first night in Singapore, I went to the Jewel Mall. Let me just look this shit up. It is the Changi Airport. Okay, hold on. It doesn't... no, that's not... Oh, I guess it is, because I guess I didn't see all of this. Okay. Can I... Is it going to let me drop in? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, this right here... I know this is fucking a pain in the ass to see, and it kind of looks gross. What is this guy doing? Hold on, I'll find a better angle for this. How about here? This is on the lower deck part of it. So this is a giant, massive waterfall that cascades throughout the entire mall. And this was kind of like their food level where they had all their foods. This place, Toastbox, was really good. Toastbox was kind of like a pastry slash... yeah, it was basically like a pastries sort of place where you could buy like tuna croissants, stuff like that. Yes, they have your classic American restaurants, A&W. They had KFC. KFC was somewhere back here, I think. They had a McDonald's above this level. Can I actually just like straight up walk through here? Because that would make me really fucking happy. Yeah. So I think I went to this place. This place feels familiar. My first day in Singapore, and of course I have videos and photos, all this. There is indeed a McDonald's. There always is a McDonald's. My first day in Singapore, they dropped us off at this mall, and I only had a couple hours in town because I was, roaming around with people who didn't really... They didn't have... they were on not necessarily restrictions, but they were on a time limit, essentially. And bear in mind, this is a 10-story mall, and we are in Singapore. And I was like, yo, I'm starving. I want to eat something. Like, what are you guys feeling? And they were like, yo, we should get Shake Shack. If you don't know, Shake Shack is basically the equivalent of McDonald's, just a little bit better. I was fucking pissed. Oh, this place right here, Lavender. Oh my god. Same sort of thing. It was like pastries and stuff like that. That shit was so good. I don't know what it was. But they wanted to go to Shake Shack. I was like, there's curry, we're in a foreign fucking country right now. We are in Singapore, and you want to go eat a burger and fries? Like, I get that there's like creature comforts and there's comfort foods. Oh my god, Lavenders. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's terrifying. Jesus. Lavenders was so good. Oh my god. We got some Minecraft? I mean, it looks like he's sucking on a glizzy. But they had pretty much every single store. I'm still on the bottom level. God damn it. Of course, they had your Subway as well if you wanted to eat Subway. I really want to get a better angle. Yeah, so this is what the waterfall looked like at night. They would light up the waterfall at night. Hello, woman. And they would like cascade it down from the ceiling. It was all like a giant recirculating thing, so it would all drop down through this massive well in the floor, which led into that secondary level that we were just on. And they would all like recirculate and go all the way through and be strained all the way back up to the top. And it would just infinitely flow. Super, super cool. Super, super beautiful. Honestly, a really cool experience for me. And of course, again, just opens up into a massive mall. Yes, they had a McDonald's. The only thing that was different about their McDonald's is that they had fried chicken. Like KFC style fried chicken. It was okay. Like, it wasn't bad. And this is the waterfall at daytime. This is a much better angle, honestly. I love this. Very, very pretty. Very, very pretty. Very, very nice. And this thing was also an airport. So when I flew back to the United States at the end of my 3rd deployment, this is where I flew out of. They took us to this airport at like 4 in the morning. They grabbed our bags and they were like, yep, get on the fucking plane. The way their planes worked, though, were a bit different in the sense of like, you know how the United States has TSA and they like, you go through like all these security checks and shit like that before you even get to your plane? In Singapore, it was completely different. And what I mean by that is when we would get to like the immigration sort of place to like scan your passport, they would just scan your passport and you would walk right in. Like nothing's happened, nothing's changed. It would open up to all the aircraft terminals, and all sorts of stuff. The only difference with it is though, is that when you actually got to your gate, that's where their TSA was. So you wouldn't get pre-checked to get onto your flight. You were getting checked to get on your flight. And if you weren't there early, which we weren't, the line was incredibly long, and we had boarded our plane with like maybe 3 minutes to take off to spare. Like, it was really, really rough. It was incredibly rough. This place as well, right here. Paris Baguette. Oh, heavenly. Is this like their Starbucks? Or is this... No. Okay. Their Starbucks in this mall was like 3 stories tall. I guess this is just like a miniature one. But what was so impactful about this place, though, is inside of the mall, they had a Pokemon store. Which y'all probably don't know this about me. I fucking love Pokemon. I am a fucking nerd for Pokemon, right? I think Pokemon's super sick. I collect all different types of cards. I got cards here. I got a whole mini binder of cards that sits on my desk. But I'll just show you guys. Hold on. My hands are a little full. Hold on. So when I went to Singapore, my main thing is like when I saw this Pokemon store, I was like, yo, I want to go in this Pokemon store. Like, this thing is fucking sick. And when I went into the store, they had this massive wall of plushies. And it was like every single Pokemon plush you could ever want. And I was like, I am going to build my team. I don't care how much money this costs me. I'm going to build a team, and I'm going to build it out of all of the best Pokemon that I've ever loved. So for starters, we have Blastoise. That's kind of rough. You can't really see him. There we go. Good Blastoise. He is indeed a plush. He's beautiful. Still has the original Pokemon Center tag on him. I fucking love this guy. Blastoise is by far one of my favorite Pokemon and always will be. Because I love Squirtle. Squirtle is by far my favorite starter Pokemon ever. Did they have a Shadow Lugia plushie? Yes, they did. At least I think they did. I don't know. I also have this little Ditto. He's pretty neat. He's a little beanbag. He still has his original Pokemon Center tag as well. And then on the back, you guys can read that. It's just like information. But yeah, he's like a little Ditto beanbag. He's purple. He's cool. I fucking love Ditto. And then down here, I have a couple more. By a couple, I mean I have a lot more. Of course, we had to get Gengar. Gengar has always been one of my favorites. I think he's still... No, he has a different tag on him. He doesn't have a Pokemon Center tag. But he's got a little tail. He's got his little ridges. I spent a shitload of money on Pokemon while I was here. Like, probably $300. $300 in Pokemon plushes, easily. Yeah, it was expensive. After that, I got Garchomp, because I love Garchomp. He's always been one of my favorites. Cynthia has always been one of my favorite trainers. He's got his original tag still. He's super nice. He's super cool. I've always loved Garchomp. He's by far one of my favorites. And then finally, I had to get a legendary Pokemon. Well, who did I just drop? I dropped somebody. Oh, I dropped Gengar. He'll be alright down there. Of course, I had to get a legendary Pokemon. So I got Giratina. He's still got his little original tag back here as well. But he's got his little wings. But yeah, I easily spent like upwards of $300 on Pokemon plushes while I was there. And look, I even still have a bag from Singapore. It says Joe's Outfitter Singapore. I know you guys can't read it. It was backwards. I sadly didn't buy Shark Wants a Sharkpedo plush, honestly. That plush was... I don't think I saw one now that I think about it. But if I did, I probably would have bought it. I'm not gonna lie. I just sort of trapped myself, because there's a wall here. Hold on. Oh yeah, I also got Gabite, which is like the tiny version of Garchomp. He's the first evolution of Garchomp. Well, not evolution, but, you know, it's the starting line. But yeah, this is probably where I spent most of my time in Singapore. However, can I admit this? Like, am I allowed to? I'm going to anyways. So the thing with tobacco products in Singapore is, or just nicotine products in general, is that they're like highly fucking forbidden. You could get a lot of jail time and a lot of like fines for bringing in American nicotine products like the Zyn pouches, American Dip. Sorry, my throat's starting to dry out a little bit. Bottom line, you get in a fuckload of trouble, especially if you have vapes. Vapes were a very big thing in Singapore. Very, very outlawed. I didn't know that. And so when I was at this mall, they had like taxi drivers that would take you to wherever you want to go and stuff like that. And when I went outside the mall, I was like, hey, I want to go to a smoke shop. And the taxi driver was like, hey, okay, cool. Like, what are you looking for? Like, what specifically are you looking for? And I was like, oh, I'm looking for a vape. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he pulls one out of his pocket and he shows me. He's like this, like this. I'm like, yeah, like that. And he's like, okay, sweet. Get in the car. I got you. Don't worry about it. I said, okay, cool. Everything was official, by the way. He had taxi stickers all over the side of his car, and he had like the taxi lights on top of his car. He had the meter and everything. So he was a legit taxi service. It wasn't anything fucking sketchy. I do want to see... Hold on. If I could find this while I'm telling this story. And we got in his car. We drove for about 15 minutes. He was sort of sitting there talking to us about like random stuff, just trying to make small talk, like asking us where we were from, all that sort of stuff. And God, I haven't had to talk this long in a while. And he was talking about all the women that he liked. And I just remember him he was like this really, he was like 5'2", give or take, and he was probably like 115, 120 pounds. And he was like, oh yes, I love big black women. He's like, they're my favorite. And he was just talking about like all the freaky nasty shit that he likes, and we were just sort of sitting there staring at him like, all right, dude, we're just trying to get to our destination. Like he was trying to relate to us on that. Is this what I think this is? It is not. It is indeed not. Where? Oh, it has to be at Gardens by the Bay. Yeah, okay. So I went on a couple city tours. Actually, I'll get into that in a second. I'll finish this story off. But yeah, he was obsessed with his big black women and telling us all about them in various freaky nasty ways. And he stops at like this apartment complex. He's like, "Okay, we're here." And he makes a phone call on his phone, and he's like talking really, really quietly, and he's talking really, really fast in Mandarin. And the dude sitting next to me texts me on my phone. He's like, "Yo, if we need to beat this dude's ass," he was one of my junior guys. He's like, "If we need to beat this dude's ass and steal his fucking car to get out of here so we don't get mugged or some shit, I'm down to do it if you are." And I said, "You know what? Yeah, I am. I'm not getting mugged, shot, or nothing like that." And then we see this woman. She was wearing like a cloak, and the hood was like covering her face entirely. It wasn't a hijab or like anything cultural. It was just like a normal hoodie type deal. It was just very big on her. And she ran outside with like this black plastic bag, and she like clutched it very closely and very tightly in her arms. And she threw it inside the car and then quickly walked and ran away. And from there, I was like, what the fuck did she just throw in the car? And the dude rolls up his windows, and he hands the bag back to me, and he's like, "How many do you want?" And he had 2 of them in there. And I was like, "Oh, I'll just take the 2. And he's like, "Okay, cool. They're $50 each. Usually, they're about anywhere from $15 to $20 each." And I was like, why is this so expensive? Like, none of this shit clicked in my brain until this. He's like, "Yeah, they're $50 each." And I was like, okay, well, fuck. I guess I'll just buy both of them. Like, I don't really care. So I handed him $100 Singaporean. And he's like, "Cool. Should I just take y'all back to the mall?" And I was like, "Yeah, just take us back to the mall." And he's like, "Okay, cool." He's like, "They're so expensive because they're good and they're hard to get." And I said, "Okay, I guess that makes sense." And when we got back to the mall, he's like, "Yeah, it's gonna be another $50 for finder's fee and the ride." And I was like, "What?" I was like, "What the hell is this? This guy's just robbing me at this point." And I was like, "You know what? Fuck you. Take your money." So I handed him another 50, and I was like, "See ya. Good day." I walked off. I didn't think much more about it. And I ended up going back to like the Starbucks, and me and some of my buddies were just kind of chilling there. And in my head, I was sitting there like thinking to myself, I was like, why was that guy freaking out so bad? Like, why was he tweaking about everything? And it turns out he was tweaking because the possession of a single vape in Singapore is finable up to $10,000 and 5 years imprisonment. And I had 2 of them bitches on me. I looked at my guys and I was like, yo, we need to get back to the ship now so I could stash these and just leave it be. And they were like, yeah, that's a good idea. Bro was committing crimes without knowing. Dude, I was freaking the hell out. Parts of me were like, I should just dump them in a trash can. I should just throw them away. Or like when we were walking by the water, I thought about tossing them in the water. I thought about all different ways to get rid of this shit because I was like, I don't want to get caught with this. Ended up getting back to the ship just fine. Nothing crazy happened. And from there, yeah, that was pretty much that. That was the drug dealer story that I unknowingly stupidly walked into. But now for some more Singapore history, because I went on a couple of these tours and they were really, really cool. And to also show off the boat hotel. So this statue here is called the Merlion statue. This is the symbol of Singapore. Basically, it's a mermaid lion. Like, it's a mermaid lion. There's not much more I could really tell about that, honestly. That's all I really got from it. I have pictures of this myself, and then I also have pictures of the plaque. Right back here, there's a burger restaurant. There's like a burger restaurant. Oh, well, here's the plaque. It's just really fucked up. Can't really see it. What is this picture? Why is it so goofy? Drop me here. Where's the burger restaurant? Where was it? I could have sworn it was like right here. Yeah, because I ate at these tables. Am I tripping? Maybe they got replaced or bought out or something, but I could have sworn. But yeah, to talk about this, and we'll also talk about that back there. Let's see if I get a clear angle of it. So yeah, to talk about this is a hotel. If you've ever heard of the movie Crazy Rich Asians, this Singapore is where they filmed the movie, and they specifically filmed the movie in this hotel. This hotel is probably one of the most expensive and lavish hotels you will ever stay in or ever see in your entire lifetime. And what I mean by that is for a basic room in this hotel, it was like $740 a night. A night. And then, yeah, it was in the presidential suite, which is like all the way at the very top right here below the boat. On top of the boat, they have like a bunch of restaurants and stuff like that. They have like a whole bowling alley, arcade kind of deal. Super cool. There's a bunch of bars up there as well. But all the presidential rooms, or like the super fancy rooms up here, I think they're going for like $2,600 a night, $2,600, just to specify that. And then down here was actually a massive, gigantic mall. So there was like all of your super fancy designer brands like Louis Vuitton, Dior, Gucci, all that sort of stuff. This is their art. This is called the Conch. It's like their art science museum. But this is how they get around the waterways right here. And a lot of people actually believe that these boats are gas powered when in fact they are electric. These boats are fully electric. And they have little eyeballs on the front of them that blink at you. It's actually kind of cool, kind of funny. Trying to think if there's anything else I could tell about Singapore. Singapore was honestly extremely beautiful, but their rules were killer. Yeah, this is the plaque I have pictures of. Merlion Park. It was honestly super, super beautiful. There's the mini statue. You can kind of see it a little bit better. ish, a little bit better. They had like, this was like their main selling point for like tourism, was their lion. So like any keychains, mugs, anything like that was always like that sort of stuff. The boat quay was kind of cool. It was sort of like a shopping district. Kind of a trashy shopping district, honestly, a little bit. But this is where most of the bars were and where a bunch of people always went to go and get fucked up. Especially because a lot of these places loved American sailors, because American sailors can fucking drink a lot. And so they would serve it to you for hella cheap, because they knew you were drinking a lot of it. I think it's time to move on. You know, I think it's time to move on to the main event of today. And what I mean by the main event, I'm not talking about the Wheel of Pain and Q&A. I am talking about the main location that I want to talk about today. And that is Pattaya City. Pattaya City, Thailand. So, when we left, I explored Thailand with one other person. And by the end of Thailand, we swore up and down that we would never tell these stories. We would take these stories to the fucking grave. And I think I should tell the story. I think I should tell the story, because I have been dying to tell this story. When did you become blind? I've always been blind. What do you mean? I can't see nothing. But yes, Pattaya City, Thailand. Was a very rough time for me. So, before we hit Thailand, Thailand is incredibly fucking cheap. Before I sort of get into the story, I'm just going to say this. Imagine Las Vegas, right? Worse than pissing on a homeless lady? Much worse. A million times fucking worse. And again, during this time, okay, let me double back here. Thailand is extremely fucking cheap. It's like Vegas, but on crack. And what I mean by that is this city was beyond fucking chaotic. And it was crazy. It was fucking crazy. That's honestly the nicest way to say it. Would I ever visit Thailand again because of this experience? Fuck no. And let me tell you why. Thailand is incredibly cheap. Yes, absolutely. Everything there is dirt fucking cheap. So before we even hit Thailand, me and this other guy, we agreed to rent out like this Airbnb house. We basically rented a fucking mansion, right? We rented a mansion. It was like this super beautiful house that was like 2 stories. Had a pool, had, you know, whole backyard. It looked like a house from LA. It was extremely fucking nice. I think we rented it for a total of $109 across 3 days. You do the math on that. $109 across, that's like $30 a day. That's, you can't even get a hotel in America for that price. But let me see if I could find the exact location. I'm pretty sure I can. Sorry, I was late. I had tennis practice. Honestly, Don't worry about it, because we're just now getting into the main story of what I want to talk about. I really want to find... Please tell me I can find it. Where was it? I remember Walking Street. I know all about fucking Walking Street. I know all about Pattaya Beach. Where is... Within here somewhere, there is... What is this? Oh, it's a hospital. Within here somewhere is a Hard Rock Cafe. There's a Hard Rock Cafe somewhere in here, and honestly, this Hard Rock Cafe plays a lot into this story. Oh my god, I remember this fucking plane. Okay, cool. This... Oh my god, this is the mall, I think, right here. I think that's the mall. Okay, so I'm starting to get my bearings a little bit. The Hard Rock Cafe was right here. This is it, right here. I think. I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure that this is actually it. Let me see if I could drop a guy in here. No, that's not it. Where is it? Is it here? Might be here. This... also not it. You missed the piss story. Yeah, one of my guys accidentally pissed on a homeless lady. God, I really want to find this Hard Rock Hotel now. If the map would stop being fucky for a second. Take that away. I really, really want to find this. Where was it? I remember it being like central of the city, because I remember this street. Hard Rock Cafe Pattaya. Map. Where the fuck is it? Pattaya Beach Road. McDonald's. Of course there was the McDonald's. How far away from... Okay, I think I got it. I think it is right here. I'm like 90% certain it's this. Oh, God. Gonna rewatch the stream? Hell yeah, brother, man. Go for it. Be my guest. But... Fuck, man. I really want to find this, because this is like peak fucking... Oh my god, I remember this street. So, here's the way this sort of worked, right? You know what I'm just gonna do? I'm just gonna fucking throw myself here. So, here's the way Thailand worked, right? Thailand was a very interesting country in the fact of there were basically no laws here. And, you know, here's how I'm going to do this. I'm just going to do this day by day. I think I was in Thailand for a total of 4... Yeah, I was in Thailand for a total of 4 days. So, again, before I get into this story, there are some very vulgar things in this story that will be said in this story. There are a lot of fucking weird situations that I will be talking about in this story. A lot of uncomfortable situations I will be talking about in this story. If you are not okay with that, you should probably leave now. That's probably a good idea. Now let's talk about it. So day one in Thailand, we came into the city in the middle of the night. It was probably like 8 or 9 p.m. I didn't take any fucking pictures here, so I barely remember half the shit that was here. I didn't know what to take pictures of here. Oh god. So they speak like 15 different languages in this city. They speak Thai, they speak Russian, they speak Mandarin Chinese, some of them speak Japanese, some people speak Korean, some people speak Indian, some people or Hindi. Languages everywhere. Obviously, you could tell here with the Russian precepts, and then obviously here with the Thai. Things were all over the place. It was fucking weird. First night, me, the main guy I was with, for all intensive purposes, we'll call him Ethan. So it was me, Ethan, and one other guy. We decided to stay at the Hard Rock Hotel in Pattaya City. That sign looks super fucking familiar. In Pattaya City. God, these trucks. Okay. So yeah, we decided to stay in the main sort of hotel. It was like $300 a night because we weren't supposed to check in to our actual place that we had, our mansion that we rented out, till like the next day. So we're like, fuck it, we need a place to stay for the night. So we just decided to stay at the Hard Rock Hotel. That shit was expensive. And when we stayed there, everything seemed fine. Everything seemed normal. Again, 7-Eleven, iconic, right? There were not palm trees here last time I was here. They must have done some remodeling or some shit. Because this was just straight up a concrete road the last time I was here. But everything seemed fine, right? Nothing seemed off. Nothing seemed weird about Thailand. Everything was fine. The next day, oh my fucking god, the next day. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, actually. The next day, we decided, or me and Ethan, aka the main guy in this story with me, we decided to just sort of walk around the city, check out some tourist stuff, you know, just like do the usual sort of stuff. Where was that mall? Because that mall is important for this second day. That's Walking Street. We'll get to Walking Street in a second, I promise. Walking Street is very, very bad. Would you like to hear a lullaby? Where was the mall? Where was that plane I saw before? Ah, here it is. I would say in Thailand, it was like an average of 112 degrees every fucking day. And it was like beyond fucking hot. I was sweating from places I didn't know I could fucking sweat from. It was that goddamn hot. I thought I was losing my fucking mind, honestly. And they don't have like Uber or Lyft in Thailand. They just have like your baseline taxis, which here's one right here actually. But every single one of the taxis in Thailand would scam the fuck out of you, in the sense of like, if you wanted to go 3 blocks up the road, they would charge you probably around 120 bucks. Like, they would scam the shit out of you for your money. And it was stupid expensive. So you either had the choice of paying a shitload of money or dying of heat exhaustion. So I died of heat exhaustion because I wasn't paying that, honestly. I think this is actually, I don't know what building this is. I don't even think I remember seeing that building. God, they for real. Hold on, I'm curious. I don't want to go down that street. No. I remember what's down that street. And we'll get into that in a second. But yeah, I was walking down this street, and the thing about Thailand is people are very, very pushy. And what I mean by that is a lot of people in Thailand, if you're American, they know you have money that is worth a lot more than theirs. Like a lot more than theirs. And so they'll just straight up, and it's honestly the scariest fucking thing to ever encounter. At least for the first time, it scared the shit. we'll get into, yeah, we'll talk about all this shit in a second. They'll just straight up haul ass up to you on motorcycles, and they'll hop off their motorcycles really fucking fast and rip open like briefcases to show you stuff for you to buy. Like, they desperately want you to buy their shit. I think I'm getting close because I remember this sign. Yeah, I remember walking down the street. What's down that street? Don't worry, we'll get to it, I promise. I will say, just to reiterate, when I was in Thailand, I was also still in a very devoted and committed relationship. So I didn't do no freaky nasty shit, and honestly, I wouldn't have even if I was single. Because I was not... I wasn't trying to catch nothing. Why can't I go down that way? I want to go down that way. Yeah, this is the mall, right? If I remember it correctly. No, what is this? I don't even think I saw this building. This has got to be the mall. This feels so familiar. Central Marina Outlet. What the fuck? Oh no, the mall's right here. Is this the mall? I feel like this is the mall. Yeah, this is the mall. This is the mall. Okay, I wanted to make sure I had it right. So, again, I have, like, way better pictures of all this shit. But this was the main mall that we were attempting to get to. This is the view of the entire city. It looks very beautiful from up above, I'm not gonna lie. This is probably, like, a super nice picture. We were staying... I would say we were staying, like, more towards this area. But yes, Terminal 21 was like the mall in Thailand. Are there good pictures anywhere in here? Right. So yeah, every single part of this mall had like a different theme to it. So obviously this is like the French section, so they had like a lot of French stores here. They had like a massive scale of Golden Gate Bridge, so they had a lot of American stuff there. They had like a whole Indian Taj Mahal. But this mall was extremely fucking nice and fancy, honestly. But it really didn't get bad until the night of... I want to say it was the night of night 2, and here's what I mean, right? I remember the Believe It or Not being, never mind. But yeah, again, just to double back on everything, people would just straight up ride up to you on motorcycles and like flash open briefcases of like knives, vapes. Some had drugs because some drugs were legalized. Cocaine is legalized there. I don't think there are any drugs that are banned there, actually, now that I think about it. They would just straight up show you a whole bunch of shit. I ended up buying a fake Rolex off of one of them, and giving it to my best friend when I came back home. Because I know he's, like, super into designer stuff, and I thought it was funny. I think I paid, like, not even $30 for a fake Rolex here. I thought it was hilarious. He did too, fortunately. So that was kind of cool. But here is where the horrors of the main night happened, right? This is like the main night and like the main peak of what happened to me in Thailand. So it was me, Ethan, aka the main guy in the story, and there was one other guy. And we were getting dressed, showering at our place, yada yada yada, and the two guys had the great ideas to go out to the bars, and I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm down. Like, I'll go with you guys. I was just gonna stay the sober Andy and be that guy that just watches them drink, because I didn't really care to drink. I wasn't really about it. And we had ended up overstaying our welcome, And so we got pushed out onto the streets because one guy had gotten a little too fucked up. And we sat outside for probably a good 30-45 minutes sobering him up. And trying to revitalize him and keep him alive. And oh yeah, we'll talk about all this in a second. I don't really want to. I don't know. Yep, I can't show any of that. I shouldn't have gone to Walking Street. But what ended up happening is this random guy came up to us and he showed us a flyer, like a form or like a picture. And he was like, hey, do you guys want to go to a ping pong show? And my ass is over here thinking like, I didn't know what the fuck he meant. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And one of the dude, not Ethan, because Ethan was married, but the other guy, he was like, yeah, I'd love to go see one. Like I've heard like that's the highlight of attraction in Thailand, which, yeah, it is. So he's like, yeah, follow me. And he shows us into like this sketchy ass sort of alleyway. And I don't know what streets are safe to go down, honestly. But when we walked downstairs, because it was sort of like one of them bars that like sort of stoop off the street and it's like downstairs and it was in like a basement sort of bar. When we walked into this bar, a woman at the door handed us a balloon on a stick. And I'm just sort of sitting there thinking to myself, like, what is going to happen here? And what ended up happening is there was like a giant stage in the middle, and it was curtained off, and there was like a bunch of people standing in a crowd, and I was like, oh, like this is cool. I guess they're gonna put on some sort of show or like play for us. And when they opened the curtains, this woman had stepped out and she had sat down on the ground, and we're like, huh, that's weird. And she was wearing almost nothing. Now, here's where things get really interesting. She pulls out a blow dart gun, and at first you're like, oh, she's just gonna she's gonna shoot the balloons with the blow dart gun with, like, using her mouth. No, not even close. She was queefing into the blow dart gun to shoot darts and pop people's balloons. She would also stuff ping pong balls up the hoo-ha to shoot them out the hoo-ha and land them in people's drinks. I about lost my fucking mind. I was like, yo, I need to get the fuck out of here right now. And I was getting mad. I was getting upset. And this other guy who I had known from the ship, he was like, bro, it's okay, calm down, like, relax. And what ended up happening is, with this show, they had a very strict, like, do not photograph, do not video anything, policy. And there was this one guy who I knew, I didn't really, like, know him, but he was, like, familiar. And I knew he was from my ship, and so I watched him take out his phone. He's like, I'm just going to record this really quick so the guys back home can see this. Like, this is going to be super sick. They're going to love this. So he takes out his phone, and he's, like, sort of hiding it in his, like, in his armpit. And a bodyguard came up to him and was like, yo, you can't be recording in here. Like, turn the shit off. And he's like, yeah, no problem. I got you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't understand. And the guard was like, it's cool. Just don't do it again. And then he sort of like, he like placed his phone sort of a little bit lower than it was before. And then instead of the guard coming up to warn him again, the guard simply pointed at the guy, and the woman on stage saw the guard and she nodded her head. And so he got super fucking excited because he still had his balloon on his stick, and he's like, yo, I'm gonna get her recording the balloon. Like, she's gonna pop my balloon next. And no. What ends up happening is she loads 3 darts into the dart gun, again, uses the hoo-ha to shoot it, and she laces 3 darts in his leg. She lights him the fuck up. He immediately drops to the ground, fucking freaking out. He's got 3 darts stuck in his thigh, and she was like fucking American Sniper with this blow dart gun. It was crazy. It was honestly scary as hell. She was deathly accurate with this thing. I want to drop into a city, or like a street, but I don't want it to be a bad street. I don't think this is a bad street, no. As you can tell, marijuana is very legalized here. But yeah, she straight up lit his ass up. He drops to the ground screaming, freaking out, and then we get rushed by like 6 guards, and they're like, you need to get your friend out of here. And we want his phone. Like, you guys are not leaving unless you turn his phone over to us. And so we snatch his phone, hand the phone to the guard. The guard, no hesitation, takes his phone and fucking snaps it in half. And then throws the pieces on the ground next to him. And he's like, you wanted your precious video, you got your precious video. And just straight up, like, manhandles him and sort of grabs him by the arms and fucking throws him out of the bar. So then I spent the next 30 to 45 minutes going down to a 7-Eleven, getting a bottle of alcohol, and ripping the darts out of his fucking leg and patching his leg, making sure he didn't die. But yeah, she was like a fucking sniper with those. But from there, we looked at our watches, or like just looked at the time, and we were like, hey, we need to get back to the ship because one of our guys he was on curfew. And we had like maybe 30 minutes to get him back to the ship, and we were all the way across town. So what ended up happening is I would say we were probably like around this area, and I swear to God, the Hard Rock was probably like somewhere around here. I feel like it was around here somewhere. I don't really remember. All I remember is that we cut through here, aka Walking Street, and it was still sunlight outside. It was like the sun was just then setting. And again, we were like down in this area somewhere maybe. So the ship was like off. It was so here's how it worked. There was a bus that would take us back to the ship because the ship was actually all the way in Sriracha, which is like up here somewhere, or somewhere up here. I don't really remember. All I know is that there's a city in Thailand called Sriracha, and that's where the Sriracha sauce actually comes from. But did I really lose the city off of scrolling out? How the fuck did I do that? What? Sanctuary of Truth. Okay. I remember that. Where's the beach? Beach line. Is it this? No. Damn it, I fucking lost it. Oh, there it is. All I remember is Walking Street, and here's why. Every country has their own sort of red light district. If you do not know what a red light district is, it is a... I was going to put this lightly, but I can't even put it lightly. It's a place for prostitution. That's really what it is. It's a place for prostitution. And all we knew is that we were down here somewhere, and the bus to get back was like up here somewhere, and we were like, yo, the quickest way to get back to the bus and get him on the bus in time is to fucking go through this street. We saw it as a shortcut. None of us prior-handed knew that this was the red light district street. Hold on. I'm gonna do this, right? Because I want to see if I could even put this on YouTube before I drop into this street. I want to say no. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I would say it's blurry enough. Yeah, I would say it's blurry enough. There's not really anything that you could see, like nobody's out there shaking their titties and their ass or nothing. But I'm not going to show it for all intensive purposes. If you want to look it up and research it on your own, you're more than welcome. But I am not going to show it. So basically, I'm just going to sort of step-by-step analysis this, right? This entire street row and this entire street row, there's prostitutes everywhere. And this street row here. I won't get myself taken down, don't worry. But what ended up happening with this is we were about halfway down the street. It was either Walking Street or it was another street up here somewhere. I don't really remember. Either way, we were halfway down the street, and at this point, the street looked perfectly normal. There was no, like, sex signs anywhere or any sort of, like, red flags. Red flags, I guess you could say. And everything was perfectly normal. We're, like, sick. We're halfway down the street. The street was probably like a mile and a half long. When we walked down this street, we were about halfway down it, and then once the sun had finally fully set, we looked up, and it looked like a fucking horror movie. All of the red lights on both sides of the fucking thing just bursted to light. There was red light everywhere. I immediately looked to Ethan, and Ethan immediately looks back at me, and we're like, we need to get the fuck out of here now. We need to move. And so we for real start fucking running. We start running. We were hauling ass through these streets. Absolutely fucking booking it. And all of a sudden, and I shit you not, this for real fucking happened. These massive crowds of basically naked women just started walking out onto the street. And I look behind me, and the other guy who was with us got fucking snatched. So now, me and Ethan had to double back and go on a whole fucking rescue mission to grab him. And by the way, again, with like the whole, when I said it was Vegas on crack, this is exactly what I mean. They'll straight up grope you. They will just straight up grope the shit out of you with no hesitation. Like, shit you didn't even ask for, they'll just straight up fucking do. It's crazy. But we watched him being, like, manhandled, and, like, both of his armpits were hooked by, like, 3 different women dragging him into a bar. And he literally had his hand out like this, screaming, "Help me." We grabbed his hand, fucking pulled him off. In front of us, there was a whole other swarm. And I was like, bro, this is so fucking bad right now. Because I was just sitting there and I was thinking about, like, the main thing that was going back through my head, honestly, was the whole committed relationship thing. I was like, this is so fucking wrong. This is horrible. I feel so fucking bad about this. I did end up talking to her about all of this shit that's happened. So don't worry, I didn't keep any secrets. But what ended up happening is in my brain, I was like, I have 2 choices. I could either 1,000-yard stare, which I am very good at. It's like I just stare straight forward and everything beside me, complete tunnel vision, can't see it, doesn't exist. I was like, I could either close my eyes and walk through this, or I'm just going to tunnel vision the fuck out of it. And At first, I closed my eyes, and 3 of them popped up in front of me. I immediately, without hesitation, armbarred the fuck out of 3 of them and pushed them all off to the side. I look sort of behind me, and Ethan behind me, he ended up getting snatched by those 3, so then I had to go fucking grab him. There were also cars coming through this road as well, and so he nearly got hit by a car because of them. And then from there, what ended up happening? From there, I made the other guy who was drunk as shit walk in front of me because I was like, if somebody's standing in front to get groped, it's gonna be you. Because if it's me, I'm gonna fucking swing on one of them. Like, in that moment, I for real did not care if I was catching an assault charge. I for real would have beat the shit out of one of them if they would have touched me. And he ended up getting, you know, touched a good number of times. He would just like laugh and giggle and like sort of swat him away like it was a game. Me, nah. I was like, I felt like I was walking through hell and back. It was horrible. A woman tried to reach out and sort of, you know, do that. You know, you get that gesture, you understand. I straight up snatched the fuck out of her wrist, and I grabbed it so hard, I felt like I was going to crush it. And I just sort of threw it off to the side as I was walking. And we finally made it all the way through. So at this point, we're sort of like here, or just like at the end of an intersection or whatever. And the bus wasn't too far away, so we finally got back to the bus, got him on the bus, and we're like, sick. All right, cool. And me and Ethan's, we just sort of sat there and we breathed a very heavy sigh of relief because we were like, holy fuck, that was fucking horrible. Let's just get back to our place for the night and go to bed and fucking call it a day. And I was like, we could go to a 7-Eleven on the way back, pick up some stuff because there was a 7-Eleven right next to our place. Pick up some stuff for that day and the next day, and then we could just chill for the next day. And he's like, that is a fucking amazing idea. Here's where things get interesting. We decided to take a taxi. And the taxi service is very linked in with the whole sex work service there. And I feel like you guys can tell where this one's going. So in Thailand, they basically only have one-way roads. So like this road goes this way, this road only goes this way, this road goes that way, this road goes that way. They're all one-way roads. What ends up happening, though, when we walk up to this taxi driver is we're like, hey, we're just trying to get back to our place. Like, just drive us back to our place. Don't drive us anywhere else. We don't want to go anywhere else. Drive us to this exact place. And I got so fucking pissed that I grabbed his phone out of his hand, like, forcefully, and I punched in the address, and I fucking gave it to him. Because I was enraged at this point. I was just a hot ball of fire. Ready to burn down anything that would stand in front of me. And he asked us the question, he's like, soapy. And for those of you that do not know what a soapy is, you're lucky, right? That's all I'm going to say is you're very lucky. I'm not going to say what it is here. You guys can look it up if you want to. Nope, I'm not going to look it up. But at the time, I knew exactly what he was talking about. And I looked him dead in his eyes like I was about to fucking murder him. And I was like, no. Our place. Go to our fucking place. And he's like, he just sort of chuckled like I was joking. And he's like, okay. And what he ends up doing is he starts driving, right? Let's just say my mouse is the car. Here's what I'll do. I'll turn off the walk lines. He starts driving, and what would I say? I gotta turn back on the walk lines, actually. So he was driving, and then he turns. Let's say this street right here is the red light district, just for all intensive purposes. He turns down the street where we just got through walking from, and I just sort of like tuck my head in my hands, and I just sort of like crouch down. And at this point, my buddy Ethan, who's sitting in the back seat with me, just like on the other side of the car, he sort of like put his hand on my back. He's like, we're gonna get through this. Don't fucking worry about it. And I was for real about ready to just grab the back of the driver's neck from behind in the back seat and just strangle the shit out of him. Because what he said next was like if I have ever been in a zombie apocalypse, it was this. Because what he said next was he rolled down his window and he yelled out of his window, "Hey ladies, I got American men." They fucking swarmed the car. I immediately locked my fucking door, and the driver starts rolling down the windows. He starts rolling down the windows. And it literally was like a zombie apocalypse where he would very extremely slow roll through this street, and they would just straight up stick their arms in the car trying to grab us and pull us out the fucking window. I remember my buddy Ethan on the right of me. He got snatched so bad, it literally looked like he was about to be snatched out. They unbuckled his fucking seatbelt and were literally pulling him out the window. I had to grab him by the back of his ass and fucking get him to sit in the seat. They were for real about to snatch his ass out the window, and the driver the whole time was laughing his ass off. All while they're trying to grab me as well. And I'm just sort of sitting there like, I'm having the biggest panic attack of my life. I'm freaking the ever-living fuck out. I'm losing my mind at this point. And, what ends up happening is we end up getting through this whole street. And so some of you might have heard about Thailand ladyboys. This is a very real thing, and I'm going to tell you the culture behind this real thing. So Asian families in Thailand are very, very big. They're very, very big. And what I mean by that is, and here's sort of how this works, right? In Thailand, if you have, I believe it's if you have more than 2 sons within your family, the 3rd son is immediately turned into a sex worker. They're immediately turned into a prostitute. And so to make more money, the son will turn into a woman. They'll gender change themselves. And they will pretend that they are a woman to get men's attention to give them money. And that's how they bring in money. Because in Thailand, you can't have more than, I think, 2 or 3 males work for the same company. The same family company. And yeah, it's either the 3rd or the 4th son automatically becomes a prostitute. And they don't have any sort of fucking choice. They don't have any sort of say or anything. It's either that or they become homeless. You can't be homeless in Thailand. It's way too fucking hot to be homeless in Thailand. You would fucking die. So you're either a sex worker or you're dead. That's literally how that works. And that's how they earn their money. This is important because as we were driving through the streets, this was probably the funniest part about this. Actually made me sort of laugh a little bit. And not a little bit. I was hysterically laughing. Is because on Ethan's side of the car, this one woman had grabbed his arm, and he sort of like quickly snatched his arm away. And said woman started following the car, and they were talking in a very feminine-esque voice. very soft, very easy spoken voice. But as the car was driving away, she started to run after the car and ended up yelling out, "Hey baby, where you going?" in the deepest, manliest, scariest fucking voice I had ever heard. I didn't believe it came from that person until they started continuously yelling it in English. Yeah, they're real. I didn't believe that they were real. I thought it was all a joke. I thought the whole thing was a meme. Nah, they're real. They're real. Like, no shit. Voice dropped 10 octaves. Hey baby, where you going? I about pissed myself laughing. It looked like Ethan beside me was about to start crying. What ended up happening from there is we ended up safely, I was wearing a hoodie, so I didn't have like any marks or anything like that. But Ethan, he had scratch marks all up and down his arms. It looked like he was bleeding on some parts of his arms. And when we stopped at this 7-Eleven, I was like, "Yo, I'm drinking tonight." He's like, I need to forget this. And I'm like, "Yup." And so we walked into this 7-Eleven and we got our drinky drinks. I think that was like the only night I really drank in Thailand. Yeah, we got drinks, alcoholic drinks, of course. Went back to our house and I sort of sat by the pool and just drank, and Ethan sort of sat on the pool table right next to the pool. And we didn't speak to each other for the rest of the night. We did not speak to each other for the rest of the night. We talked about it in the morning. We definitely talked about it in the morning, but we did not speak to each other for the rest of the night. And that was actually the part where it was like, we're going to take this shit to our graves. Is Ethan who Balls is based on? No. Ethan is a good friend of mine who I used to know, or used to like see on the daily. I used to work with him. One of my old coworkers. But other than that sort of story, right, that main sectioning of story, I think the next night was much better, honestly. Because the next night, we ended up... So, Thailand is famous for Muay Thai, which is a in-depth mixed martial arts fighting style, right? Except they had underground midget Muay Thai, where you could go to a underground fighting ring and bet on midgets to beat the shit out of each other. Did I partake? Yes. Did I enjoy it? Yes. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you, right? We straight up sat there and watched midgets beat the shit out of each other, and we bet on them. It was funny. I made like $300 that night. I made a lot of money that night, actually. I think I made the same amount that I basically spent on the trip. Am I proud of it? No. Right? Of course not. Of course I'm not fucking proud of it. But, I mean, that is genuinely what happened. Why does this feel familiar? Oh my god, I remember this! Holy fuck. They do not have these palm trees anymore, let me just state that. This is the mall where I bought the Rolex from. The shitty fucking fake Rolex. The fuck? Why is there a Hulk statue? Yeah, this is where I bought the Rolex from. I don't remember that statue being there. God, I entirely forgot about this. By the way, all of these massage parlors, as well, they weren't real massage parlors, right? They weren't. I'm sorry to tell you. Like, every single one of them was a prostitution place. As much as I hate to admit it. They were. And at night, they would sort of stand outside, especially if you see this next to it. Like, I know this says 999 baht. So that's their currency. Their currency is baht. B-H-A-T, baht. I would say 999 baht is equivalent to... probably like 10... No, not even. It's like 10 bucks American, give or take. $10. 10 US dollars. So yeah, you're pretty much rich as fuck here as an American. But... oh my god, I'm remembering all this. Yeah, this was their night market. So at night, they pulled out, like, all of the illegal shit. These are all, like, vapes and stuff like that. You can't really tell, but these are all vapes. They also had, like, cars and all different sorts of stuff. But at night, they brought out, like, all the illegal shit. Like, switchblades, all different types of crazy-ass pocket knives, drugs, all different types of crazy shit. These back alleys were sketchy as fuck. I never walked into them, and nope. Don't think I ever would. But honestly, I remember this building too. This honestly was super pretty. I love this building. I don't know why. But this is another mall right here. Hold on. I'll get back to it. I know it says Hilton right there, but it's a mall, trust me. It sounds like such a wholesome place. That's what I'm saying. Daytime, it's gorgeous, right? Daytime. Oh, also, during the night. During the nighttime, all of these beaches are lined with women. And the women are all usually dressed very nicely. They're all prostitutes. And there's hundreds of them. There are hundreds of them standing out here on these beaches. Hundreds of them. They're not aggressive in the sense of, like, they'll straight up grope you or try and grab you. They're just standing there. If you want to interact with them, you can interact with them. I actually sat in this Starbucks right here. But yeah, this is actually a mall. Believe it or not. I honestly loved going in this mall. This mall was super awesome, in my opinion. There was, like, a lot of cool stuff in this mall. We should have just stayed in this Hilton, now that I think about it. Probably would have been so much easier. They have a Burger King. They also had a Taco Bell down here. Of course, I ate at the Taco Bell and the Burger King. It was fire, honestly. It was amazing. I was also going through some really fucking... oh, God, that Burger King brings back horrible memories, honestly. I was going back through... oh, we could actually walk through here. Hell yeah. Yeah, so here's, like, their iPhone store. This is what the mall looked like. The mall was super pretty. They pretty much had everything you could want. Also, for some odd reason, Asian countries are obsessed with hot dogs. I don't understand why. Like, there was a Dairy Queen. I remember there's a Dairy Queen somewhere in here. I think it's towards the end of the mall. Let me see if I can find it really quick. And show you the menu. Because the menu was just out and about and you could kind of just see it. It feels like I'm just walking in loops. To be fair, this was a massive fucking mall. They're also obsessed with KFC. KFC and hot dogs. I don't know why. I really have no idea. I guess I went to the wrong end. But they were completely fucking obsessed with hot... oh no, was it the Baskin Robbins? No, I don't think it was. Either way, super obsessed with hot dogs. Except their hot dogs were not like American ones in the fucking slightest. Because we were at this mall, and I was like, yo, I'm starving, I'm gonna get something to eat. And so we all decided to eat at, like, this little Dairy Queen stand. And when we went to the Dairy Queen stand, they were serving hot dogs. So we were like, fuck yeah. Well, I mean, it's classic, you know. They had a Carl's Jr.? Hold on, word? That's news to me. But their hot dogs were like, they were gross as fuck, right? I was gonna try and be nice about it. They're gross as fuck. I ordered a chili cheese dog and then just like a regular one. The chili cheese one was fine because the chili sort of like, you know, nullified the hot dog taste. Couldn't really taste it. But with the regular hot dog, when I bit into it, it had like chunks of orange, green, and yellow in it. And the hot dog meat inside was extremely pale. Like, almost like bratwurst pale. But it looked exactly like a normal hot dog. It didn't look like a bratwurst at all. And I was just sort of sitting there thinking to myself, like, what the fuck did I just bite into? And I still to this day have no fucking idea. Will I ever? Probably not. Honestly, probably not. Let's see if I can... What if I go right here? Is this more central? Pepper Lunch was really good. Pepper Lunch is sort of like a, it's pretty much... They kind of had a little bit of everything. It was mostly like a sandwich shop, though. It was pretty good. Yeah. I remember buying a couple pairs of sweatpants. Yeah, the hot dogs were weird as shit. I still to this day have absolutely no idea what the fuck was going on with that. But yeah, the beach itself, when... God. I'm sorry, that Burger King gives me horrible fucking memories. Not because the food was bad. More so just because I had a lot of shit going on in my personal life during that time that I'm not necessarily going to share. A sandwich shop? Sandwich mentioned? Fuck yeah. But yeah, the beaches when they weren't covered in prostitutes, very nice. Pretty cool places. You know, like any old place. Hey, look at this bozo. They also had, yeah, that makes sense. Wait, that's the Black Pearl. So this right here. Oh my god, I found it. I totally fucking found it. Hold on, let me cook. Let me cook. Please tell me I'm right. I know I'm right. Hard Rock Cafe. Told y'all. Hard Rock Cafe. And then right out here, let's see if I could actually get a street view of it. Oh my god, I can. Right here, 7-Eleven. Right, this building right here. Hard Rock Cafe. The vendors, yeah, the vendors would all stock up right here, right in this little corner next to this exchange thing. And they would just fucking hound people. I'd never really understood, like, the Hulk statue or, like, any of these random statues. But, yeah. They would all, yeah, all their mopeds and shit would, like, stock up right here. And they would just be out here, and then the buses would come in down this road, and the sailors would walk on, like, this sidewalk to get out and into the city. The taxis were always, like, parked up, yeah, like, right on this road right here on the side road. Which actually... I believe... this road. If I'm not mistaken. No, it's not this road. Where is it? I knew I was close the whole fucking time, though. I knew I was, like, spot fucking on. Hold on, now I need to find this. Sorry, I know it's disorienting as fuck. This was the street to get in. What was... I want to find the exact street that was like the really bad street. I think it was this. I want to say it was this street right here. I did not mean to click. Hey, it is. Wow. I fucking found it. Hold on. Just so I could relive. Yeah. Yeah, just so I could relive this memory. Yeah. This is the street. I'm gonna show y'all this without looking up at the signs, just to show y'all how skinny this road is. This is how skinny the road was for the red light district. This thing was like extraordinarily tiny. I don't want to look up too far, because these are dead ass like all bad places. This is what we were trying to navigate through. This exact road. And yes, children are involved in the weird-ass prostitution. Almost as skinny as you. Facts. Let's look down a little further. You know what? Let's just back out of there in general. Is this a Minecraft thing? I think it is. Dude, what the fuck is this? What is this? I never saw this. What is this building? Teddy Island? I was talking about the music for the Minecraft thing, by the way. I wasn't talking about whatever the hell this is. I have no idea what the fuck this is. I'm so confused. Is this like a... I'm guessing this is something for kids, I would assume. Like some sort of attraction for like a hotel, maybe. Teddy Bear Museum, Pattaya. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Sure. I don't want to be too close to him. He might jump out of the screen and fucking eat me or something. Okay. Alright. I'm sorry, I'm mesmerized by this. Like, these little guys are kneeling down over here towards this tribute or statue or whatever. Some of them are mummified. This is like a Count Dracula bear. What the fuck is this place? There's a fucking Triceratops? What is going on? I'm wondering the same thing. I never saw this. I don't think we were supposed to be able to see this sacred building. Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think so either. Although at this point, I'm like mesmerized by this shit. I'm in a fever dream. Yeah, that's how I feel. This honestly kind of makes me want to play GeoGuessr. This is the kind of places people will post and call it weirdcore. I'm trapped in here, I think. What the fuck? Where am I? How did I get here? Oh, it won't let me go up the stairs. I don't think I want to go up the stairs, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, alright. You saw a shark? Well, hey, I'm happy for you. I'm glad I'm out of there, to be honest. This plane, by the way, was literally just a plane. There was, like, nothing fancy about this plane. It was literally just a parked ass, ran down ass plane. And then at night, these would open up as like a night market, and people would sell like fish and meats and all different stuff there. But it was just a permanently parked plane. It was cool to see. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think I ever saw this place. But yeah, the Terminal 21 Mall was really cool. This place was fucking massive. This is like the rooftop gardens that they had. And that was the... No, that was the hotel. That was not the rooftop gardens. They didn't have rooftop gardens. That's... Yeah, that's the hotel attached to it. Yeah. This is jogging some memories. This is like the Italian side, because I remember this Leaning Tower of Pisa. Pretty sure I have a picture of that. Pretty sure I have a picture of that. But, this is actually... Where is my ring? I don't know where my ring is at. But the black ring that I usually wear on my index finger, I bought it at this exact mall. I bought it at this exact mall. And I paid like $1.50 American for it. And it has been the greatest ring I have ever owned and worn. And I'm going to wear it until it fucking falls off of me. Type shit. They had all different types of decor and design to this place, though. So super pretty. Again, just a random plane. Let's not dox people. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. But if you are interested in seeing some of the photos that I've talked about, that I've taken along the journeys that I've been on, I'll happily post them to like the rando media section of the Discord. But I think it is time to jump into Q&A. So, on the Q&A list, right, here's how this is going to work. I'm just going to state this very clearly. Here's how this is going to work. Y'all are going to ask me any sort of question that you guys want to. As long as it is not a question about, like, my social security number, my fucking real name, my banking information, and I don't answer it, I spin this wheel of pain. I spin the wheel of pain. On the wheel of pain, we have take a shot. Times 2. There's 2 of these on here. There's also hot sauce stuff on here. Times 2. But other than that, the main hits that I know people want. Hollow Knight Pantheons. I rage quit out of there. Rain World Hell. Yep, rage quit out of there. And then Artie's beautiful idea of Super Meat Boy. So, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to go to the bathroom. And I think this is how this works. What won't he answer? I won't answer anything about my social security number, my banking information. Look, if y'all ask me those types of questions and I don't answer them, I'm not spinning the wheel, right? That's not how that works. Obviously, I'm not going to answer the questions that I can't legally answer. But I'm going to go ahead and start this Q&A. I think this is how I do this. And then from there... Yeah, I think that's how that works. I don't know. What did that do? I don't know if that broke my shit. Did that break my shit? So yeah, there should be a Q&A form open. If there's not, you guys could always just ask your questions in chat. But I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom, and y'all can spam free fire questions, and when I get back, I'll answer them. I mean, if there's no questions, shit, I won't have to spin the wheel of pain. Sounds good to me. I grabbed a special shot glass just in case. The shot glass is a big ass bear. I haven't cleaned this bitch in a while. And microplastics won't hurt. We haven't gotten to see my chair in so long. Y'all like seeing my chair? How does the Q&A thing work? Special shot glass. It is a special shot glass. And just for the occasion, I had to pull something from my reserves. Because you can't get this shit anywhere near where I'm at. This is something strictly from Japan. It is soju. If you don't know what soju is, it is essentially rice liquor. And it is, from my memory, it's very tasty. From my drinking palate now, it's probably gonna fucking burn. But I used to drink the shit like it was water. Do I just dismiss the... Oh, I see the Q&A. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Okay. God, y'all are... The first question, I'm spinning the fucking wheel. Should I spin for that? Dr. Pepper story? I could tell the Dr. Pepper story. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm really debating this one. I'm gonna need to take a shot for this before I even fucking... Hold on, let me open this bottle. I'm gonna need... Oh, I'm gonna go over each individual question. Don't worry. I didn't think out the gate I was gonna get some hard-hitting ones. Yet here we are. Man, fuck the shot glass. I'm sipping this bitch from the bottle. Oh, I found my ring. I was sitting on it. I don't know if I can swallow this. God, it's like fucking nail polish remover. So Shark's first question, right out the gate. And this is the one that I was contemplating spinning the wheel on. I don't know if I should or not. So, okay. This is going to be a little bit of a sad tale. But Shark's first question was, tell us about your ex. Didn't you have one? Yes. Yes, I did. And I am to this day not in a relationship because of it. No, I don't want anybody to feel sorry or, bad about any of the questions they ask. Like, if you want to know more, I'll happily tell you more. So, here's what I will say, right? She was the relationship I was talking about when it came to, all of my stories where I was talking about when I was in Thailand and I was talking about when I was in Singapore and all that stuff. She is that person, yes. We separated and broke up as of, I want to say it was May 23rd exactly of last year. You should try snake water, rice wine. I know, you talk about Habu Sake? If so, I have indeed. And I could tell you guys about that as well in a second. But, yeah, we split up May 23rd exactly of last year. And it fucking destroyed me. Because it was by far the most wholesome and best relationship. I don't want you to feel sorry at all for this, and I'm about to tell you why. It was by far the best and most wholesome relationship that I had ever had in my entire life. And the reason why I'm saying, don't show me any sort of pity towards this is because the reason why we ended up splitting apart was because of me. And what I mean by that is, before that third and final deployment, I went through a very heavy state of depression, because I really didn't want to be deployed a third fucking time, especially when I was finally starting to get my grasp on the world and things were starting to get better for me. But I turned into a very heavy point of depression where I would literally just work and I would come home and I'd sleep. And I also went entirely numb to the world. And she was also going through some really tough times. And it got to the point where, I was basically just straight up neglecting her and neglecting her emotions and her feelings when I beyond fucking shouldn't have. Even to this day, I still fucking think about it, and I think to myself, damn, you were fucking stupid. And, no, I was fucking stupid. I was real fucking stupid. So, it was by far the best and most wholesome relationship that's ever happened to me, and yeah, I don't think, and because of that and that alone, it's not that I necessarily have trust issues towards people. It's more so I don't feel as if I'll be able to find that same level of mutual respect and care. And that's why I won't get into another relationship, probably for a long time, if ever. I don't know how to express clear emotions, so I'm sorry, I'm bad at that. It's okay. I mean, shit. I still struggle with my emotions from time to time when it comes to certain things, but yeah. bottom line, to recap on that, yeah, I was, yeah, best relationship I ever had. God, this thing's fucking up my acid indigestion. Let's drink more of it. It doesn't go oh fuck, it does not go down easier. It does not go down easier a second time at all. But yeah, that's the story. What month, not year, did you get your driver's license? Oh fuck. So funny story, I didn't get my driver's license until I was 20. Believe it or not. I did not get my driver's license until I was 20. I think it was December. I got my driver's license in December. I know, because I was home with my family for Christmas, and I decided to get my driver's license while I was home. Age, I am 23 years old. I am 23 years old. I feel like I'm fucking 90 sometimes. Didn't see if you responded about trying snake rice wine. The term you're thinking of is called Habusake, so I'll show you really quick. Habusake. Yeah, this is it right here. So Habusake is a very interesting snake sake, and basically the whole reason why this snake is in the bottle is because its venom glands are fermenting the alcohol. And basically what its venom glands do is it entirely shuts down your liver, and so you don't filter out the alcohol at all. And so pretty much you could get fucked up off of a single shot of this shit and be fucked for the entire night. If you take any more than 3 shots, you will fucking die. You will for real die. But yeah, I just wanted to cover that really quick. I have tried Habusake though. I have indeed tried Habusake. It tastes like straight fucking pain. Rank my mods from best to worst. I'm not fucking doing that. Okay. Okay. This is, honestly, I'll take this. I'll take this. I will take this. Oh my god. Aimbot's question right after that one. What the fuck, man? That feels like too much. That feels like way too much. Mm. Mm-mm. 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 Ah. Yeah, it tastes like fucking nail polish. Oh my god. I used to like this shit. Ah. Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with me? Ugh. Gross. Absolutely gross. Shark's next question is, do you want a cookie? I'd like a cookie. A cookie sounds nice. And then Aimbot's question right after that, what's the worst thing you've DM'd someone? Also, it's a lame-ass wheel because not many people gave me ideas and I had to go off of what I wanted to go off of. Y'all could have gave me some horrible-ass shit to put on here. Nobody really said much. I know Uranium said Bean Boozled, and the only reason why it's not on here is because I couldn't find it, like, anywhere. I went to, like, 3 different candy stores and still couldn't find it. What is the worst thing you've DM'd someone? I don't know. I've DM'd some people some really sus shit. What do you define, really quickly, Aimbot in chat, what do you define as worst? Like, are we talking about offensive? Are we talking about, like, just straight up fucking... I'm not waxing my legs on stream. That's not happening. Like, what do you define as the worst thing I've ever DM'd someone? Because I've DM'd Immortal some pretty fucking bad shit. He's a prime. What do you define as the worst? Let me see if I could find it. Hold on. Or find something. I don't know what I would define as the worst. Because I've said some really horrible shit over the years. Let me just go to Banjo's stuff. Or, yeah, y'all know him as Banjo. My quote-unquote husband stuff. Let me see, or his DMs. Let me see if I can fucking find some fucked up shit in here. I've texted him numerous times, would he get married to me? I think the Q&A went off. Can you put it up again? The Q&A is definitely still up. It's still up there. Y'all could also just ask questions through chat. I mean, that's the most offensive and weird thing I've ever said. I have no idea. I couldn't even remotely tell you. I've said some really fucked up shit over the years. Like, I've asked my best friend if he would suck it. Like, suck the skin off of it. I asked my best friend to shit in my mouth. Here's a solid one. I said, bro, it feels so wrong to call you insert real name. Nah, that's my homie, Pookie Bear Banjo. Offensive shit? I don't really message people offensive shit. If I want to talk about offensive shit, I'll just straight up hop in a fucking phone call with them and just straight up burn them to the ground. One of my ex-sailors, aka one of my old junior guys, used to be like super gay towards me, and I used to insult him on that a lot. For some reason, he just wouldn't stop. I have no idea why. Maybe because he found it funny. I've called people my slaves. Like, my junior guys, when I was actually still in the Navy, I called them my slaves. A lot. Like, a lot. And I would, like, fake crack a whip, and I'd be like, go do your jobs. So we could leave for the day. I don't know, I feel like that's probably the most offensive thing. Other than that, if I could think of something better, I'll let you know, and I'll talk about it, but I don't think I can think of anything. Uranium's question, does Dr. Pepper have a girlfriend or boyfriend? No. Dr. Pepper is a lone wolf. He is the homie. Dr. Pepper's story. Okay. So, we'll talk about Dr. Pepper's story, because Dr. Pepper's story it's a very good story. It's a very wholesome story. Back when I was younger, in my younger adulthood years, like 19, 20 years old, I used to experiment with psychedelic drugs a lot. Like, I never did acid or like PCP or DMT or anything like that, but shrooms, yeah, I used to do that a lot. And one time, one of my friends, it was her first time, and she was like, hey, can you like babysit me and we could just get high together and go to a aquarium? And I was like, bro, that sounds fucking magical. Let's do it. And so we were pretty cooked, right? We took a lot. And then this other dude drove us to the aquarium. And when we went to the aquarium, we were cooked. We were pretty badly fried, I'm not gonna lie. We took a lot. But we were sitting there and we were staring at the otters, and we were just sort of like laughing, and like they had like the little portholes where the otters could stick their hands out of, and you could sort of like feel their hands. This was at the aquarium in LA, Los Angeles. And it was super cool because it had like this massive glass thing, and then they also had like a water walkway tunnel where it was like a giant glass dome over you while you walked through this tunnel, and fish swam above you. And it was pretty fucking sick. They also had like glass domes where you could sit in, and they had like a park bench, and fish would swim around you and sharks would swim past you and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. Pretty dope. But the main thing is by the end of it, I wasn't feeling too good. And I was like, yo, like I don't know how I wasn't sure how I was feeling. It was sort of like a different feeling, I guess you could say. And we ended up walking into the gift shop before we left, and the second we walked in there, I saw this little turtle sitting on a sort of like a pedestal sort of thing. And I walked up to him and I grabbed him. And I looked him in his little face and I was like, your name is Dr. Pepper and you are coming with me. I don't care how much you cost, I'm going to buy you. Doesn't fucking matter. So I grabbed him, I walked up to the register, still cooked and fried out of my fucking mind, and I paid for him, and I stuffed him in my hood, like, I just straight up stuffed him in my hood, behind me, like this, and then he sat there, for the entire car ride back as well, and, the entire car ride back, I was just sort of sitting there, like, fidgeting with his arms and stuff like that, and I was just like, yes, you are magical, I love you, you are, like, my best friend. And whenever anybody else asks to, like, touch him or hold him, I'm like, no, you can't touch him. He's mine. Leave him alone. I would get, like, incredibly defensive. I don't know why to this day. I guess, like, in my brain, I thought they were gonna, like, kidnap him or try and take him from me or something. Sort of like My Precious from fucking Lord of the Rings. And, I was like, yes, you are mine, and I'm taking you home. And then every single experience, if you catch my drift, after that, he was there with me for it. Every single one of them. Every single one of them I ever had. The one time he wasn't, I had a really bad fucking time. A really, really bad fucking time. And ever since I sort of quit that whole thing, he just pretty much sat on the dashboard of my car, and he's been like my little co-pilot. So, that's the story of Dr. Pepper. He's like my best little buddy. He's my little drug buddy. He likes drugs. Me, not so much anymore. It's getting a little smoother. No, it's not. Oh, God. What the fuck? Oh, God. I thought it would. No. But yeah, Dr. Pepper is like my best little buddy. What makes you want to stream, aka asks Rylan? That is an amazing question. So, what makes me want to stream? To answer that, Shark, no, because you can't get addicted to shrooms. Fun fact. But Rylan asks, what makes you want to stream? I feel like that is a very magical question. Originally, no, not originally, it still is. So it all comes down to two things, right? One thing is that I have always enjoyed making other people laugh, and I've always enjoyed entertaining other people and making other people's days better. That's just something I've naturally always enjoyed. Like, I feel like I get the most enjoyment out of life out of making others happy. Like, that's just how I feel. The other thing that makes me want to stream is... Yeah, the other thing that makes me want to stream on a day-to-day basis is when I first moved and I first got out of the Navy, I didn't really, and I still don't really, I don't really have many people in my personal life anymore. In fact, it's pretty much zero. The only people I have in my personal life and in my personal corner at this point is all of the friends I met in the Navy, obviously. Like, I still talk to them on a day-to-day basis, and then my friends who live all the way across the country from me that I play games with. So when it comes down to like real people in real life, I don't really have much interaction. So social interaction is like pretty much minimal to nothing. But what ultimately makes me stream off of that is I suffered for a very long time with loneliness, and I wanted to find a way to sort of cope with it. And streaming while I'm sitting here waiting for school and with my job and stuff like that, it not only gives me that sort of coping mechanism I need, but it also sort of cures it in a sense, if that makes any sort of sense. Like, yeah, I guess it sort of fills that void for me, if that makes sense. But like, generally, the overall answer to that question, I want to make people laugh. I love making people laugh. That's why I like telling stories. Like, that's why I want to do this whole story time stream. Like, I enjoy being funny. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I enjoy making people laugh. I enjoy making people's days better. And I remember when I was younger, and I would sit there and I would watch, YouTubers, like when it came down to like Jacksepticeye or Markiplier or like any of those big name YouTubers. I would always sort of like laugh at their videos, and it would like make my day better. And I just sort of want to recreate that for somebody else. You know what I mean? I want to spread that into the world and hopefully inspire somebody in the future to do the same. But that is ultimately why I stream and what makes me want to stream on a day-to-day basis. That, and I just enjoy it. Hopefully that answers your question. I don't know, I feel like I talked for like 20 minutes there. Artie asks, is there any game, movie, or whatever form of media that has changed in any way your life? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So here's my thing, right? With every story and every sort of... No, that's pretty much it. With every sort of story, right, there is an underlying message in my eyes. I have always been the type of person to look deeper. I look at the surface stuff and I'm like, okay, cool. There's definitely something more here, right? And I know I've already mentioned this, but I'm going to mention it again. Enter the Gungeon, right? Seems like a classic, silly little shooter game. About like random wacky guns and going into roguelike dungeon runs and finding talking guns or multi-rocket shooting explosives and all different sorts of letters that fire guns, bullets that fire guns. Like, game seems goofy on the outside, but when you look deeper and you look towards the deeper meaning of it, the main quote of the game is, kill your past. Your future's already been damned, right? On the surface, when, you don't really think about it, it's not going to mean anything to you. You're just going to look at it and go, huh, that's cool. But when you sit there and you really think about it for a second, like, the whole purpose of the game is to find the gun to kill your past. And the ultimate message that the game sends is that you don't need a gun to kill your past, right? And again, the ultimate message being kill your past. Your future's already been damned. That, in my opinion, speaks volumes. And what I mean by that is, like, even in real life, it sort of evolves into, like, if you don't ever move on from your past, you can never truly succeed on with your future. You could never truly move on in a day-to-day basis if you're sitting there constantly stuck in your past, constantly freaking out about your past. And I feel like it spreads an overall impactful message, and I think it's beautiful. I really do. Rylan asks, what camera do you use? Hold on, I'll try and find it, actually. Best Buy, because that's where I bought it from. Let's see if I can find the exact one. This is the one I use right here. Logitech C9 22 Pro Stream 1080 video conferencing stream and gaming webcam. This is the exact one I use. And yes, it does come with this little tri-cam monitor sort of thing. But yeah. This is the exact camera I use. Doesn't require any sort of setup. You just plug it in. It's pretty good. I enjoy it. Yeah. Stabby asks, how much was Dr. Pepper? Dr. Pepper, I want to say, fuck, I don't even remember. Like 15 bucks, I think. I think Dr. Pepper was 15 bucks at the yeah, he was like 15 bucks at the LA Aquarium. So if you ever find yourself at the aquarium in Los Angeles, pick yourself up a Dr. Pepper. He's pretty legendary. He's a homie. He really comes in clutch. Aimbot asks, what were you doing at exactly 3:17 p.m. last Wednesday? Honestly, I've bonked my head so many fucking times that I can't even remember. So because I can't even remember, I'm gonna spin the wheel. No, 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 you're joking. Why? 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 No! 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 No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Okay. Alright. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. No. That shouldn't count as a spin question. Honestly, I kind of agree, but I wanted to spin the wheel for shits and giggles because I haven't spun it in like 30 minutes. I don't. Okay. You know, You know, you know, you know. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Next series we do on the main channel, we'll go back to Rain World. Next series we do, we're going back to Rain World. Fuck. All right. No, that's fair. That's completely fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Guess my computer brand, aka Ask Rylan. Dell. What's in your search history right now? Asks Aimbot. I mean, I could show y'all my search history. Can I get the big list? Open history page. Yeah, here you go. I'll scroll through it. I got nothing to hide. It's all Google Earth from today. Just tell me when you want me to stop. I don't know why it's so much Google Earth. Does it just constantly fucking do this? Oh my god, why are there so many Google Earth tabs? Holy shit! And I can't hold down my middle mouse button. We're going back to... Google Earth is throwing right now. I'm not gonna lie for you. Holy fucking Jesus. Oh my god. Does Google Earth just update that often? I don't even know what this is. Oh, that's when I was looking up Sasebo. Trying to find places. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here we go. So in my free time, I use vidIQ for a lot of stuff regarding the channel. So when it comes to like finding keywords for like tags and stuff like that, I use vidIQ. In my free time, I like watching offline TV. I think it's a dope channel. Here, I'll just... hold on. I'm just shorten the webcam a little bit so y'all can actually see. There we go. I got nothing to hide on here. So yeah, I like watching offline TV, Ludwig, all that sort of stuff in my free time. A lot of live streaming shit. I don't know what that is. I guess I was trying to find... Yeah, this is when I was trying to find Photoshop ideas. This was for D&D yesterday. All of my Dungeons and Dragons sort of shit. When it came to trick acts sort of stuff. Other than that, though, I just look up a lot of Pokemon shit. Yes, Fire Away Shark. Yeah, I just look up a lot of fucking Pokemon shit. Cause like, here, I'll show y'all. I'll show y'all really quick. I'm like addicted to Pokemon cards. So like, every single page on this entire mini binder's filled out. And I like looking at prices for all the different cards and stuff like that, because I'm sort of addicted. I am very addicted to Pokemon stuff. But continuing to scroll. That's just card shops near me. Work shit. More work shit. More random YouTube. Me looking up stuff for a class. Me trying to find stuff for the Elden Ring stream series currently going on. Me looking for flights because I'm gonna have to take flights here at the end of this year. 2 of them, actually. One for a wedding, one for a concert. More YouTube, random shit. More Photoshop shit. Random TikTok shit that people send me. Stuff for Don't Starve when I was doing the Don't Starve series. You want me to keep going? Or is this good? More Pokemon shit. Random shit. When I was looking into buying Atomfall. More stuff for Don't Starve. Atomfall, Discord, Google Docs stuff for work. This is good? Okay, cool. Because Duolingo, when I was learning Japanese stuff, I mean, there really ain't shit here. Dr. Pepper's dashboard for when I was fucking with the commands and stuff like that. More Japanese shit. Yeah, I don't look at anything nasty. I'm completely fucking abstinent. More D&D stuff, Little Nightmares stuff. More G2A stuff when I was doing stuff. More Pokemon shit. Yeah, I don't look at anything nasty. I ain't about that life. I'm not about that life. When I was 12, yeah. But I'm not really for it anymore. What are your hobbies? Hobbies. Hobbies. I like Pokemon. I like card collecting. Like even the loose ones I have here. Like I have some nice little full art cards here that are just kind of loose because I haven't put them in a book yet. But when it comes down to hobbies, pretty much a majority of my time gets taken up by either opening, like doing Pokemon stuff, keeps me busy. Working on my car especially keeps me busy. I like being a mechanic. I like getting my hands dirty. I like doing mechanic work. I think it's really fun. I've always been into it since I was a kid. And then pretty much, I also really enjoy using, as much as I shit on Photoshop, I like using it and I like sort of learning different sort of things to develop better things for the channel. Because ultimately, in my opinion, I'm not going to put out content unless I feel as if it's good. So I kind of want to strive to be not necessarily better than everybody else, but more so like... Yeah, no, I like doing that. I like video editing. I also like coding. I'm very big into like the tech world when it comes to not only my job, but also in real life in person. And I like dealing with coding stuff. So I really enjoy it. I think it's fun. Does a sport count as a hobby? I would say yeah. I would say 100% it does. Gother asks, are you going to get the Switch 2? So, I'll see you later, Ambot. It was good having you ask questions, buddy. What's in your... No, that's search history. Are you getting the Switch 2? So, yes, I code for a living. That's what I do for my job. I code for the government. I honestly haven't seen much on the Switch 2, aside from like the obvious where it's like people complaining about the price point as well as like people complaining about the price points of the games. I can't see myself getting it, no, honestly. Other than that, like, I know Nintendo Direct or Nintendo or whatever, they did like a whole like live stream channel thing where they, what was it? What the fuck was it? Where they released the Silksong news. You know what I'm talking about? Fuck, I don't know. They made a video on it, right? That's what I'm trying to say here. They made a massive video on it. I think it was like an hour long or something like that. Uranium, I have no idea what that question means, and I just read that and I have no idea what that means. Also, Stabby, you don't have to be sorry for having to go. That's life, buddy. It's okay. Have a good rest of your night. But as far as the Switch 2 goes, I don't like the price point of it. Like, $450 for a Switch, as well as $80. 80 fucking dollars. Also go for it, Stabby. $80 for Mario Kart. It's like 600? Are you? No, you're fucking lying. There's no way it's like 600. No, 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 no. No, hell no. Hold on. Nintendo Switch 2. No, it's like, it's 450. Okay. It's like 450 bucks. Okay, I was about to freak the hell out. Yeah, no, probably not. Like, I don't like that price point. Not only that, but like, Nintendo's doing some real sleazy shit, honestly. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I also heard about like their opening day software where it's like their, what is it called? Yeah, their opening day software where it's like the tutorial on how to use the Switch 2 or whatever. They're making people pay for it. It's a paid game. That's so fucked. Like, I'm not gonna feed in or support a company that does shit like that. Like, that's fucked. I'm not doing that. That's, no, hell no, absolutely not. How are you gonna make the user manual to a $450 console a paid edition? What? What the hell are you even talking about? What? Also, Stabby, yes, I also see that question in the Q&A forums. Would you eat a sandwich served on a uranium glass plate? Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. I've both seen and held uranium glass. I think it's cool. Like, you shine it under UV and it glows green. I think it's kind of cool. You better go back to the Pokemon Center when you go back to Japan. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Hell yeah, I am. Absolutely. And Connor, of all people, aka Immortal, asks, who is your least favorite IRL friend? Who's my least favorite IRL friend? I can't really say I have one. Like, I like all of my IRL friends pretty equally. Oh. Oh, I know who my least favorite IRL friend is. My least favorite IRL friend is Kenny. I said it. Yeah, no, I said it. Yeah, I said it. Gother asks, can you find some water and drink the water live? Yeah, Gother, I could fucking... Yeah, give me a fucking minute. Water. Water. I have a cup of water. Can't believe you're making me do this. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. Look, water. See? Water. Tis water. Tastes like nothing. How do people find enjoyment from drinking this? It's got like a slightly metallic aftertaste. It's half filled because I'm not drinking the whole cup. I'm not. I'll sip it through the rest of the stream. How about that? It's going to sit right there on my desk. And I'll probably throw half of it out tomorrow, or most of it out tomorrow. Rylan asks, how did you become gay? Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna be the one to tell him? I don't really know how to. I'm not gay. Good question though. I'm not gay. Unless you're talking about gay as in like my quote-unquote husband. And that's a little different. I would 100% marry him. Still would. Absolutely. I still ask him sometimes. But to go back up through the list. What am I missing? I think Uranium asks about the dogs. So yeah, okay. So 2 of the dogs are females. 2 of the dogs I have are females. AKA Baby Dog, she's a female. She's the one that y'all have seen a photo of. Winnie, she's the other female. She's a pit bull. And then there's Rocco, who's a male. He's a fucking asshole. Then you have Tucker, who's a fucking fat ass. And then you have Sherman, who's like a little wiener dog that has the worst ungodly breath in the entire world. He is also a male. You're a girl dad for real? But yeah, when it comes to me and my hubby Banjo, I have 5 dogs. 5 total. When it comes to me and Banjo, no, you're right, Shark. 5 is right. When it comes to me and Banjo and how he became my hubby, per se, I have literally deployed and went to hell and back with this man. He has saved my life several times, and I have saved his life several times. I feel like him and I have just gotten to such a deep bond in friendship, to where I would just straight up, if he was like, yo, let's go down to the courthouse, I'm saying, shit, it's done, let's go. We're going. I would 100% fucking marry him to this day. Gother asks, are you secretly a furry? And the answer I have to that is no, and I believe that people who are furries deserve to be hunted like animals. I'm joking. Let me preface. I'm joking. This is a bit. This is a meme. Haha, funny. No, I'm not a furry though, and I never will be. No, hell no. Okay, let me just say this. I accept that their culture is a thing, right? I accept their existence. Do I appreciate their existence? No, not the fucking slightest. Shark, go for it. Be my guest. But no, I can't say I like the furry community in the slightest. Not a fan of it. Do you secretly like Sebastian? I don't really have an opinion on that, to be honest. I can't play the game. Well, I haven't played the game. I can totally play it if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. So I can't really say I have any sort of... Yeah. Although, with what I'm going to do with this, or the rest of stream, I should say, is I'm going to give it about the next 6 minutes. I'm going to leave it till the 50. And then at the 50, I'm going to cut off questions, and then I'm going to roll into end of stream. Gother asks if I'm real. I don't feel real. My back feels real. My back pain feels very real. However, the government doesn't think it's real. So no, I'm not. Will you ever do Wheel of Pain again? Yes, I will. So I plan on turning the whole, like, I want to do sort of like a monthly Q&A here. As well as, like, I am going to start not necessarily posting like vloggy sort of stuff on this specific channel, but kind of sorta. More so like stuff I do in my day-to-day life that I feel like others might find exciting or cool. Like when it comes down to, I don't know, I don't really have any ideas for it. To be honest, I don't have any ideas for it. But no, I'd like to start doing stuff like that. More stuff like that. Can you put pressure in the Wheel of Pain? Oh God. Yeah, I guess I could. I'm not so my specific rules is that I'm not allowed to say no. So yeah, I guess I could. Yeah, I guess I could. Gother asks if I could dunk. Gother, I'm 5'6", brother. No, I cannot dunk. Nope. No. I've never played basketball a day in my life. Nope. Absolutely not. But yeah, with the Wheel of Pain, I'm not necessarily allowed to say no. Unless it could really fuck me up or hurt me in some insane way. So yeah, we could add that to the next one, I guess. But yeah, Gother, I'm 5'6", brother. I can't even reach the fucking hoop. No, I cannot dunk. I'm sorry to tell you this. There is no dunking. Not a thing. Not a thing. Does it get softer? Okay, that's actually kind of nice now. Although I'm also a tinge bit buzzed. Just a teeny tiny bit, not a whole lot, just a teeny tiny bit. I might finish off that bottle tonight. Who knows? If I do, I'll update y'all. Probably not though. It is kind of nice though. It's relaxing. It's like a creature comfort. Nice. But yeah, since we're taking Rain World off, we could put pressure on. Happy? Did you see the recap on my injury? No, I can't believe I did. I can't believe I say I did. That still doesn't make sense. Nope, I didn't. That's a good idea from aimbot. You know, this is, I just want to see, I feel like the odds, what are the odds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's a 1 in 7 chance. 1 divided by 7. So you've got about, yeah, you've got about a 0.14% chance that I actually pick it. Because a 1 in 10 is technically... Hold on, is that right? There's no way that's right. Nope, that's right. That is 100% right. You have a 0.14% chance that I pick pressure. Just for funsies. I'm not doing this one. This one's just for funsies. The craziest thing is if I did spin on this, I had 3 hot sauces. I had 3 hot sauces to go through. But yeah, I think that's gonna go ahead and cap off the Q&A for today. Tomorrow, we're gonna run it back with Elden Ring on the main channel. And then when the Elden Ring series finally dies out and it goes away, we'll go back to Rain World. We'll go back to Rain World. As painful as that sounds. Next Sacrifice Sunday will be the Minecraft building contest. I was on the server last night and I was just sort of flying around, looking around, seeing stuff. A lot of people have built a lot of cool shit, not gonna lie. A lot of inspiring shit. So I'm very, very proud of y'all for that. Very, very surprised about that, honestly. Also, yes, Shark, before you ask, I did in fact see your treehouse. I know some people are still working on their board, or working on their build. Gother had a serious question. Gother's serious question queued is, will you marry me? What you look like? How much money you make? Look, if you're just trying to collect that BAH off me, the answer's no. The answer's no. I don't mind getting you out the bricks, but shit. The answer's no. But yeah, I think that is about gonna do it for me today. I hope all of you enjoyed story time today. I enjoyed telling story time today. Especially the Thailand story. Glad I finally got that one off my chest. And spoke that one out into existence and out into the world. You sent it to me? I think... Bruh, think about it. I have BAH too. Double BAH. I'm not in the military. I'm sorry to tell you this. I'm not in the military anymore. I mean, I guess you would get double the BAH because you wouldn't be getting single BAH anymore. So no, I would just be giving you more money. Are you going to give me some of that money? We might be able to strike up a deal if you could give me some of that money. I'm kind of interested if you give me some of that money. I sent you the cords. Ah, yeah. Okay, I thought you were talking about the leg still. I thought you were talking about the leg situation. Okay. I got you. Yeah, I definitely looked at it. But yeah, again, to wrap up this stream, I hope everybody enjoyed this. Yeah, Gother, I'm not marrying you then. That's easy day. Have fun. Kick rocks. I hope everybody enjoyed this as much as I did. I had a lot of fun doing this, you know. This Wheel of Pain kind of fucking sucks. The take a shot thing, not so bad. The Rain World thing, guys, pretty bad. I would arguably rather take 3 more shots than do Rain World. But that is going to do it for me today. Again, tomorrow we're gonna double back to the main channel, do Elden Ring, and then once the Elden Ring series dies off, we'll go back to Rain World. I would have rather had Hollow Knight. The funny thing too is I was gonna throw Celeste on here, and I was like, no, that's a terrible fucking idea. I'd rather kill myself than go back to Celeste. But yeah, that is gonna do it for me for tonight. Again, hope everybody enjoyed. I will see all of you on the main channel tomorrow. Goodbye.